Good morning all and welcome to the Budget Committee meeting for Friday the 1st of April 2022. I'd like to now welcome everybody, councillors and staff and anyone that's tuned into the meeting via our live stream facility, and open the meeting with the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Okay. I don't believe we have any requests for leave of absence today, so we'll move on to item 3 and invite Councillor Duff to acknowledge our traditional owners. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to acknowledge country and the traditional owners of the land where we meet this morning, the Waka people, and acknowledge the elders both past, present and emerging. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have any declarations of conflict of interest today in relation to the agenda? No? Okay. Very good. We'll move on to the minutes of the previous meeting. It's recommended that that the minutes of the Budget Committee meeting held on the 18th of March 2022 be received. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, second to Councillor Henson. Speakers in relation to the contents of the minutes? No, we're all comfortable with them, so we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, into the ordinary business of the meeting. And we have the draft South Bennett Regional Council operational plan, 6.1, in relation to, first of all, livability. And we might ask you if you could kindly, Mr General Manager, to run us through that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. So here we've presented a draft operational plan for the Department of Livability. So as you were at the last council meeting, council adopted the new structure. So the Department of Community will shift to the Department of Livability. So while we are transitioning to the Department of Livability, we've tagged this as Livability because this is next financial year's operational plan for my area. So we'll use Community for the rest of this financial year. So yeah, again, so as presented, the Livability and operational plan have updated the mission. So again, this is obviously draft, first time you're seeing these. So happy for any feedback on say particularly the mission. Also, so we've got 3 tables. So the first table in line with our discussions around the operational plan this year, basically identifying the core activities that the department carry out. So over the first page, there's a core activity. So we've combined things up rather than being very specific. So these are the core things we do: support community development, wellbeing through delivery of council's community grants programs. So this is again, say the libraries ensure free, equitable access to library facilities. So rather than specifying out the programs and that we undertake, the core activities are each of the top level functions that we do here. So the idea is that these are ones that we wouldn't necessarily be reporting on. So when we come our annual, our quarterly reporting, the core functions are what the department delivers. Generally, council will get you do get a monthly update in the portfolio meetings of what those areas are undertaking. So that's where they're reporting back on the core activities. The budget source, so that's the business unit, so BU, the business unit that we actually do fund those functions with. So that's the core activities. The next section is the project's new activities. Actually, sorry, did you want this up on the screen? Actually, yes. Sorry, I'm following along here greatly. So yeah, Bree, just check. Yeah. So page 16, is it? Yeah. So that should follow it. Yeah, so that's the core activities I was talking about. So you've got those, supporting the community development, maintain and improve council cemeteries to meet community standards. So we look after cemeteries. That's a core function that anyone would expect a council to be undertaking. It doesn't outline that we're going to be building column-bearing walls at Wandai Cemetery or those sort of specific activities. So if we move down, say, to the next page, Bree. So here where we say projects, new activities. So these are the ones where we are actually saying these are specific activities that we want to undertake through the year that have been identified. First one, implement a service level plan for parks and gardens, recreational facilities. So there's an actual outcome that we want to see from that. So yes, we look after parks and gardens as our core function above the line. So these are, I suppose, below the line where these are actual activities. We want to establish the advisory committee to develop the master plan, develop a master plan for Kingaroy Vic, investigate CCTV. So these are all those key activities. We've got start, finish date. So again, these are obviously draft figures. We've thrown something in just to show how it would look. Probably if we go down to, if I look at draw your attention to engage museum curator to review council's 5 museums and collections. So I'll just running through this one, for example, the strategic link is the corporate plan link. So the ECG, GR5, so in all of these, they're showing what the link back to our corporate plan is. We've got a start and finish date. So we can refine those as we go through the budget process. But the budget source, I've got there, the business unit is 1018. And I've actually, in this one, got FP, which we call financial projects. So you can actually drill down to where the funding for that particular project is, because as we talk through the budget, that's actually an additional cost to do that. So if that's something that doesn't make it through the budget process, then that can just come out. So these activities here, we really want to make sure that we're identifying that there is a budget associated, that they can be delivered. We've fallen into the trap previously of having a very ambitious operational plan and not tying it to the budget as well as we could. So again, there'll be certain things in here like establishing the advisory botanical master plan. It won't necessarily need its own specific budget. It can be delivered under the business unit, so we might not, show a budget down there. So it's just, again, happy for feedback, and this is the discussions that we've been having, trying to make sure that we are putting achievable, relevant activities up. And some of the ones, so a couple of examples here. The one above, develop master plan for Kingaroy Visitor Information Centre, Museum, Art Gallery, Precinct. Might have subject to funding, because there's some of these activities that are the subject of a grant application. So if we don't get the grant, we can't necessarily go on with the project. So we're identifying, say, the bottom, prepare a funding submission to enhance the thing. So again, I've got subject to funding, because if we don't get the grant, then those projects will not be able to be delivered. And these are the ones that we would be reporting on a quarterly basis. So we can, the progress towards, we can say, yes, it's on track, it's off track because we didn't get the grant, so it's not going to get delivered. So that's how these ones would work. We might go over the page. Again, these are, so I'll hand over to councillors soon if there's any questions on these. So that's just more, and a lot of these are taken from the current operational plan and that initial workshops where we reviewed the current plan and looked at those. Finalise a major amendment of council's planning scheme. So again, that's something that we're working on now. Won't be finished this financial year. We'll do it next year. There is a budget attached to that. We need to fund that. We might go to the next page. So this is where I've just also where the information only. So going down here, I've put a couple of projects as we went through, said they were in what we wanted to complete under our corporate plan, just trying to identify projects that are in this year that we've identified for next financial year. So these are, say, 23, 24 projects that, say, review of free campsites, development residential occupational policy. So these are projects that we've said, well, we can include, like flag those for inclusion in the next financial year. Again, again, feedback from council. And the last ones are examples that are in our current operational plan, and we've removed them, as I said, as their fundamental activities carried out as part of our normal operations in providing the core functions. So deliver activities to targeted community groups, non-library users, or those who cannot reach a physical library facility. That's our outreach that we do with our library. And to me, that's a core day-to-day activity that the library staff do. And so we've actually removed them as a core activity because, again, those things get reported back through the portfolio, the monthly reporting that the portfolio holders do. Industry-led tourism promotion for regional, collaboration with neighbouring regions in implementation of a regional waste management strategy. That's just good governance, good practice. They're how we deliver our core functions. So I've taken, and this is certainly, it's council's operational plan, so feedback, but this is just some food for thought. We've removed those as core activities because I just see that they're the bottom one, collaborate with neighbouring regional councils. Like our reporting back is that we've met with regional councils, it doesn't necessarily add value. I suppose just trying to keep this plan up at that strategic level. So they're examples that are in our current operational plan. So that's why I've just included them. I encourage councillors to have a look at the current plan, and if we've taken something out, your burning pet project or something that isn't there, or there's an activity we've missed, certainly. That's the sort of feedback we're looking at. So, Mr. Mayor, if you're happy with that, or
thanks very much for that introduction, General Manager. We have that in front of us now in relation to communities and livability. So let's just go around the table. Does anybody have any questions or points to raise? Councillor Duff, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just so I'm clear on the budget implications. So on the projects and new activities. So have you identified all of those particular projects and activities in this budget and put an allocation beside them, like the budget, this operational budget, and and potentially the capital budget, where they're capital projects? Have they been identified then in this budget for this year, or have you only cherry picked some, or how is this operational plan attached to this particular budget that we're talking through today?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes and no. We've tried to include the activities in the plan here, but obviously because we haven't set the budget, there'll be things that need to come into here and things that need to go out. So if there's a new activity that comes through the budget, it needs to be included like those. So that museum curator one was the one I was using as a good example. So if that stays in the budget, so as we discussed in the draft workshop, that's in the budget currently. If council doesn't fund that project, it will come out. But if we decide to fund something else, it needs to go in exactly like that. So again, this is more a template, certainly not a final document. So yeah, it's so I wouldn't get, if it's not in there, it doesn't mean it doesn't go in there. It's just showing that if we put something in the budget, we need to put it in here. If we have an activity in here that's not in the budget, we need to remove it. So it's really just a template. So I'm not sure, does that answer your question? So we tried based on what is in the budget, but yeah, there's certainly it can be added or detracted from those depending what happens, because we haven't been through the budget yet.
Well, I guess it sort of does. Like the business unit that you've identified, is that then identified across here as well? So that each particular one, so wherever you've included it, we can identify it across in this. So it's got 1137 can be identified then that you've actually put it in or out. Is that how we track it? Or
yeah,
I'm just confused about how we actually track what you decide to put and what you decide to put out. That's all.
Yep. So the business unit is definitely, that's part of the budget. So BU 1137 is the Parks and Gardens administration. So there's offices that are funded in there. So looking at the first one and the first two, so their budget source would be our Parks and Gardens NRM administration budget. The next one is the properties budget, which includes a whole lot of different activities, the BU 1018, but that's where you would go to look for funding for that specific activity. So again, those business units, they're all part of the budget. So that's where you would look for the funding. And depending on how specific it is whether you would have, like whether we drill down. And again, for council, some of those we could, if you put the dollar figures, you might put the dollar figures behind that financial. If it's a specific project that's funded, like the planning scheme amendment, you might, council might want to put the actual allocation for that specific project. But there are certain things that we're doing, like establishing advisory committee. I think we can do with our internal resources. It's that are funded through our normal operational budget.
Okay, Councillor Shoemaker.
Hi. Yes, thank you. Great to see. I love the addition of the budget source and the direct link to the budget. That's great. And I appreciate there's quite a lot of work in putting all those numbers in there, but it's really handy in that overarching document. I love your mission. I think that's on absolutely what we're trying to achieve through the Livability department. I just had one project or one sort of line item that I would like you to consider or like to discuss with the team is creating a pipeline of shovel-ready projects that support asset management and livability outcomes. So I know you've already done a lot of work in relation to pulling key projects or priorities together for Works for Queensland funding or LRCI, or I'm sort of talking about creating a bit of a map and a pathway for all departments across the communities team that's endorsed by council, that says these are the key projects that we're actually going to either A, scope, or B, seek funding for, or consult with our community. I think the work that we're doing through the master planning at the Kingaroy Park, Memorial Park, will feed into a whole range. We're really listening to our community and understanding the things that make Kingaroy and the South Burnett a great place to live and the things that our community really want to see. And I don't want to miss this opportunity to capture that information and put it into a bit of a plan moving forward. I know we've got the Sport and Rec plan, and that's, something that maybe we need to consider in this pipeline of projects, but that's some of my thinking, General Manager O'May, and, I'd welcome your ideas. I just think a formalised map of projects that then we commit to bringing up to a shovel-ready status, and I know that will involve, some projects will involve budget and some projects won't, and we've proved that over this last year with some of the work we've done around affordable housing and being able to partner with others. So yeah, I'd welcome your thoughts on that and certainly council's ideas, but that's something I'm really passionate about getting on the table.
Through Ms. Smith, actually, it might be page down, page 19. We have got an activity in there, say, where is it?
Yeah, it is. It's under Prepare Kingaroy Aerodrome Master Plan. Page 18.
Page 18, is it?
Advocate. Oh.
I took that
Is it? Yeah, several projects.
as the project for education. I didn't take that as
Yep. Sorry, yeah, I remember doing something about that. We were trying, and we did talk about that. So that definitely is something about that we did have. Pipeline projects. So definitely.
Should we note down, like I've just drafted something, if you'd like to note it down for consideration.
Yeah, let's do that, hey? Yeah, thank you.
So I've just got to create a pipeline of shovel-ready projects that support asset management principles and livability outcomes. Something like that. That's not final, that's just draft, and I don't know whether, you know, in a plan or a map or something. I don't know how we want to capture it. I'm thinking sort of like a plan, so that when funding opportunities do become available, we're kind of going back to that one solid place where we know we've been doing work on these projects and they're in the top drawer and kind of ready to advance. Or, yeah, that's my thinking.
Okay, John, if you could just note that. Let's continue on. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm just wondering, with regards to the ones that say they're subject to funding, whether when we go through the budget we can sort of discuss that a little bit further, because there are things in here that we have subject to funding that I would really like to make sure that we see happen, and unless there's a budget source in there, I know it's not going to happen.
Yeah, we can certainly do that as part of our process. Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, Councillor Duff.
I'm just concerned, and I know this has been a pattern we're doing, but we're adopting a draft operational plan when a lot of this stuff might not even be funded. And isn't that confusing and misleading? When shouldn't we be deciding whether we're going to fund something, then put it in an operational plan, as opposed to just having a whole heap of stuff that isn't funded? Why would we support something that we weren't necessarily going to actually do?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Duff. So our process is one whereby we've developed our corporate plan. Out of that, we're looking at our organisational structure. The operational plan is exactly what it says it is. It's to operationalise the implementation of our corporate plan. So this is what we agreed to do as part of our budget process. But having said that, this is certainly not the adoption of this document. So this is very much the first working draft. Once the budget is finalised, these operational plans will need to be changed, refined, so that they do reflect the budget allocations. So, for example, if there's an item there that we resolve as a council that we can't fund in the current financial year, or for which there is no external funding, then that will need to be removed from the operational plan. Okay, so it'll be very much a work in progress, these documents. So today it is really just not adopting, but I suppose giving guidance to staff that we will move this forward as an initial draft, but it will come back to obviously be revised in the future before the final operational plan is adopted. You comfortable with that, Councillor Duff? So this is by no means the final document.
I'm actually just think it's putting the horse before the cart. I think we should just work out our budget and then match the operational plan accordingly. But
well, it's a process we agreed, Councillor, to adopt some meetings ago.
I just the more I see it, the more I think that it just seems like a bit crazy to put all this stuff in here that we're not probably going to fund. So anyway, happy to support it at this point, but next time I'll be looking at a different process.
All right, well, this is the process we've agreed to adopt for this current financial year. So we'll continue to present these operational plans as draft documents for inclusion in the final operational plan. Now, of course, as the budget is adopted, then they will be modified to reflect that. Okay, so it's useful for the staff to be able to use this to inform the compilation of their proposed budgets. And so I think that's where it does have a role to play. Okay, so look, we have the recommendation there that the committee recommends to council that the draft South Bennett Regional Council Operational Plan 22-23 Livability be approved for inclusion in the operational plan development process for 22-23. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, seconded Councillor Potter. Further speakers? If not, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Now, we do have a problem with the live streaming, Bree, I believe. So we're just going to just go off record for 5 minutes and give our IT guys an opportunity to see if we can get that live streaming working. Okay, we've just had issue with live streaming, so we apologise to anyone in the community who's had issues, but we've got that working again now. So far, council has. The committee has passed the first recommendation in relation to the draft operational plan for inclusion in the council operational plan development process for 22-23. That was item 6.1. We're now moving on to item 6.2, which is the draft 22-23 budget for communities. This excludes waste, and the committee has been presented with, from the staff, a proposed budget, and as a process today, we'll work through each of the line items as we do at these budget committee meetings. It's an opportunity to clarify each of the allocations. I will be proposing to the committee a procedural motion that we move into closed in relation to the employee benefits section, as we did at the last committee meeting, in light of the fact that we are discussing some sensitive budget and matters that could impact on staffing arrangements. So with the leave of committee, I'd look to do that. But so if unless there's any objections to that, I thought as our process we might just have a discussion with the staff leading us through line by line the materials and services. Does anyone have any objections? Rather than putting up a motion at this point, if we just set aside the wages until later in the meeting, is everyone comfortable with that? No objections? Okay. All right. Well, let's move through. The first area is Environmental Service Administration, and General Manager O'May. Have we got Manager Lyle online? He's dropped off. Okay. I know we've been having some internet connection problems today. So, GM, are you happy to answer any questions? So we'll start there, councillors, with the materials there. We can see. Working through that. Are there any questions in relation to that or proposals? The only question I had, General Manager O'May, legal other services in environmental service admin. I see we've spent some money there year to date. We had no budget for it this year. Is that something that would be picked up by corporate as part of their legal budget? Or is that something we need to fund additionally to that?
Yeah, no, generally that should go through the corporate services budget. So that's where if we obviously getting some legal advice, but it's been booked back to this unit. So, but really it should go back all through that central point. And that's why there's no budget there.
Yes, thank you. And similarly with electricity, that's been now funded centrally through properties, so that won't be budgeted for if we look at the 22-23 allocation. The $518 for consumables, I see where there's been no allocation, no expenditure this year. Is there a need for a consumables budget in administration, in environment administration?
Yeah, it's probably one of those ones where it is, again, I suppose you could reduce that down. It's handy to have something where there is any of the small bits and pieces. So yeah, that probably is something that we could. There's a couple of with environmental services. There's public health business unit. So yeah, you probably could take that one out and just budget for it in the and fund it under the public health unit. So just on the screen there then, who's got control of the spreadsheet? Bree, you have. Can you go to the savings column? Kerry, are you comfortable with this as a process if we do that? Could I suggest that, can we edit this spreadsheet? Sorry, Kerry, we work through and edit these columns. So you're doing it. So would it be possible, and again, I'm just putting this forward as a proposal, and please correct me if any assumptions are wrong, but I'm just looking at the fact we've only spent $108 on stationery and travel this year. There's no other consumables expenditure. Stationery is being picked up centrally through corporate, so is electricity through properties, and legal through corporate. So I'm wondering whether in the blue column there, Bree, where we've got draft budget, the $518, whether we actually could take that out and make that zero. And again, please, councillors, please, and staff, stop me if you're not comfortable. General operations, again, I'm yet to see why we can't take that out. Yes.
leave the subscriptions and memberships as there. I see that that's an increase of 3.5%, so expecting that that would probably happen. General freight and travel, I'd be suggesting that they could be taken out as well. On the basis we've only spent $90 in travel this year, unless General Manager O'May, you feel there needs to be an allocation there for
Yeah, I would think just
general travel.
say even least travel. So if there is sometimes where people that use their own vehicles rather than plant hire, so in these areas, so even if it was that a nominal $100 against that would be sufficient.
Okay, well, let's pop that in there then as a proposal.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, look, I don't know whether this is sitting quite comfortably with me, because when we're cutting down on sort of the other things, especially some consumables and, you know, some of their travel, this is the area where, you know, we complain that maybe they don't do enough, we don't have enough staff, and I really am concerned by doing this, we're giving them less money to be able to do their job with.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor
And I'd
Potter.
like to know exactly, like with the consumables and everything like that, before we completely wipe it, I'd like to know exactly what that's used for and whether we can add it somewhere else in another column.
Yeah. Thanks, Councillor Potter. I probably just want to, and that's exactly the sort of feedback conversation we need to have around the table as we move through this process. Just a couple of things that I would like just to put up first. You know, I probably should have done this before we started, and that is that we have a $3 million deficit in the 21-22 year. Now, from what I can see, we're tracking to potentially increase that to over $5 million at this stage. Now I don't know what's coming forward from infrastructure, but there's almost $1.3 million here alone in additional costs to council. We've already had through a committee meeting the finance and corporate and plant and fleet, where we know that with Tech One there's an extra $400,000 in licence costs, where we know the fuel prices are going to be $620,000 more, based on a $2 per litre average compared to what we budgeted in this current year. We know that we're going to have a loss of fags of $500,000. We haven't factored in anything for an EBA increase yet, because that process has to be worked through by management with the unions, and so we're not sure where that will land. And we're going to have to balance absorbing all those additional costs, which we really don't have any choice on, against the fact that we have got affordability pressures hitting our community in all sectors. So, you know, we're not going to be in a position without causing some financial distress to our community to make large rates increases. In my view, we're going to have to be very careful about our rates increases. Now, that's a decision we have to yet take, but there are cost of living pressures out there in relation to fuel prices. Insurances for our farmers are going to go up. Pensioners have got groceries going up because of the cost of transporting product to supermarkets. Families can expect their mortgage rates to increase at some stage later in this year. There's no doubt that the RBA is going to move upward on interest rates. That's all going to put cost of living pressures on our community in all different sectors: families, farmers, pensioners. So we're going to be faced with some real challenges in this budget, and we are, in my view, I think we're going to have to try and find that balance somehow where we can continue to operate, absorb those additional costs, continue to provide services to the community, but try and, where we can, mitigate our overheads costs so that we can also, I suppose, deal with the rates issue as best we possibly can. So I just wanted to probably just put that in context for starters. That's not diminishing your comments, Councillor Potter, but I am noting just here that we only spent $108 so far year to date anyway on stationery and travel. There's no other costs there that aren't going to be picked up by the department. So I'm probably on this line, I'm failing to see where we need to give an allocation other than a bit of money for travel, because stationery is being funded by corporate, electricity is funded by communities, and legal's funded by corporate.
Yes, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I agree, because in travel, this budget, there's draft budget 724, but it was only $90, spent last time. So, yeah, I can't see why we would need to add that in.
So, yeah, further comments?
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I 100% agree with what you've just said, 100% agree. But you left one group out as far as I'm concerned, as far as the well-being for the staff too. When we're putting this budget together, we've got to keep in mind our staff are under a lot of pressure to deliver what we're doing. And I 100% agree with what you've just said, but I believe that you left out the consideration to our staff to deliver what we're expecting with the budget that we're going to produce. That's all I want to say. We've got to keep the staff in mind as well in how they're going to produce what we're going to expect of them. I just wanted to make that point.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Jones. I think that does put into context the fact that, you know, when we come back and we do revisit our operational plan once we've done our budget, it may be that we do have to extend out the time frame on some of the things that we want to achieve in our operational plan because of some of these cost pressures that we are being hit with. Now, when we developed up our corporate plan and we started to think about our operational plan, we didn't know at that stage that we were going to take a $500,000 hit on fags. We didn't know that fuel was going to go to $2.20 a litre. Now, it may come back to $2 with the fuel tax, with the fuel tax being reduced from 44 cents to 22 cents at Tuesday night's budget. But we've only budgeted at $2 a litre anyway. We didn't know that we were going to have these additional costs. So, yeah, we are in a different position now where we are going to have to probably think carefully about what we expect in terms of delivery from our staff with what we're able to provide in funding. And possibly, you know, as we said before, stretch some things out. We might not be able to do everything in 1 year. It might take 2 or 3 years to do certain things, or longer for other projects, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that is something you touched on it with the pressures that are being put down on our community and everything that's been unexpected. And it's a difficult, not telling anybody in the room anything they don't already know. It's going to be a very difficult budget to deliver. And I think that the community need to be aware that we will struggle to deliver the services at a level that we have in the last 12 months and prior to that. We're in this room trying to lessen the impact on our community as best we can. And if it means trying to struggle through and maintain the level of service that we've provided now without trying to incur any more costs to our community, so be it. That's something that message may have to be given out, but it's a difficult thing. But I know that the staff are under an enormous amount of pressure now, and we just need to keep their well-being in mind when we put this budget together and expectations of what the community expect and what we expect as council. That's what I just wanted to highlight there.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Okay, we've just got those. I mean, and look, please, these are only proposals. So, anyone uncomfortable with any of those changes in the blue column to the draft 22-23 budget? If not, we'll keep going on. But please interject, councillors, if there's something that you'd like to see changed. If we can just scroll through there, thank you, Bree. So we'll keep going now. So we'll move on to, I think that finishes admin for environmental services. We now move on then to compliance. We've got the revenue section there, first of all. Any concerns or questions on the proposed revenue budget? Anything to add there, General Manager O'Meara, that we need to be aware of?
No, through you, Mr Mayor. So there's just really, probably in this area is more, they're all increases on revenue, just so predictions based on animal impoundment, the animal registrations. Obviously, the registration fees will be discussed as a when we do the fees and charges. So yeah, it's really just looking at predicted revenue, and we are predicting a fair increase. Of note is probably the on-the-spot fines. We have increased that budget in line with probably actuals that have been delivered over the last couple of years. So we've always had probably a lower budget allocation in that, but we are finding that that's probably a more realistic allocation based on actual receipts. So just more probably increases in this area.
Yes, thank you, General Manager. We'll continue through then, through to, we can just scroll through, Bree, down to materials. We'll just skip past employee benefits. As I said, we'll come back to that later. So in materials there, we've just got 20,000 for general operations. Comfortable with that, committee?
So, through you, Mr Mayor, so that's because we've got, you said SBRC system for recovering unpaid fines, so that's why it went up to 23,000 as opposed to the original budget of 5. So that's, and is that's an effective way of getting our fines? We can't just do it ourselves. That's just, do you think it's cost effective?
Oh, yeah, through Mr. Mayor, yeah. So that's when we're lodging those on the spot fines. So, yeah, we wouldn't. It'd be ineffective for us to go and try debt collect against all of those unpaid fines. So they get referred to the SBRC system, which is set up exactly for that purpose. It does mean it can be slow. We don't necessarily get the return, the fines returned in that same year, but yeah, the process is there. But it does cost you to lodge and utilise that system. But yeah.
Just on the 207 there for stationery, I mean, it's a minor thing, but every dollar counts. Can we drop that one out? Stationery's picked up centrally, isn't it? So if we could drop that one out. Thanks, Bree.
So I just want to know about the agency collection fees. So is that to do with the SBRC? So they cost us 23,000 last time plus another, then they cost us 0. So why then are we asking for 25 there?
No, that's last year's budget, Councillor. So
Oh, yeah.
there's 0 this year, yep.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, so this is the Rspca contract for the pound is the significant component of that, and I think we've got in the comments there the what the current year is and then what the next year. This is year 4 of a 5-year contract, so we're locked in for this year and next year, and so yeah, that's the significant component of it. The other bits of contractors we do have there is the people who pick up the abandoned vehicles on the sides of roads, / contractors. But yeah, Rspca is the major component of that budget.
Thanks, General Manager. So the Rspca contract for this 22-23 year is 502,000, which we're locked into under our contractual arrangements. So there's an extra 12,000 approximately there in costs for abandoned vehicles and some other costs. Okay. If there's no questions, we'll keep moving through down to public health, where we've got revenue, which is primarily food permits and some other assessments and fees. $71,000 in proposed revenue compared to 68 last year's budget. We've had 68 year to date. Comfortable with that? We might move through then, if we're comfortable. Materials. We've got 518 for general operations and 2587 for general freight. I'll just keep moving through. If anyone wants to speak, please put your light on and we'll stop. Internal plant charges, $88,000 there, GM.
So I just want to go back to general operations. So last time we spent 0. Now you're asking for 518. Why is that?
Yeah, I think you could round that down to 500. I think we do need to provide some, and this is what I was saying with the environmental services admin, these two business units work close together. But that's something, if we have something like the Japanese encephalitis, we need to get materials to go and put some light traps out, the tape recorders that the guys might use. So there is cost. Like this year, and all through this year's, the actuals can be potentially down because of we haven't had officers or we have some. So I think there does need to be at least some general operational funds there for those things that do come up. They need materials. So
Bree, will we just tweak that back, General Manager, to 500 there to round that off? Okay.
That's just the scaling from the previous one.
What about the freight there, General Manager? 2587. We've spent 1,200 year to date. I know we're doing zero-based budgeting, but it gives us a bit of a guide at least.
Yeah.
Are we likely to need that much, or could
Again-
that be wound back to 1,500?
Yeah, I suppose based on what we are doing, we can bring, like I said, we can bring these as in previous. We can lower them down and bring them back through the thing. So yeah, if that one did go down to 1,500, we do.
Councillor Henson?
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Just on general freight, I'd want to be well aware that in the general freight section, because of fuel, all those freight costs are going through the roof.
That's a really good point. Perhaps we should tread carefully there. Do we leave that at 2,000? Yeah, okay. We'll just be guided by you on that. Thanks, General Manager. Okay, if we're comfortable, keep moving through. Let's go down to internal plant charges, 88,000. That's for vehicles. How many vehicles is that, General Manager?
So that would be there's 3 vehicles in the across the environmental health section there. So this is a bit of a between those two, this business unit and the first one, the actuals and the budgets aren't matching up. So you can see that there's really no cost here because it's just hitting another unit. But I've actually got that comment. Actuals booked to business unit 1077.
Okay.
So that's the 3 environmental health officer vehicles.
All right. I've had a look at the costs on those 3 vehicles year to date, and extrapolates out to about 85,000. I know it's only $3,000 saving, but I'd suggest that you could probably get away with 85,000 there, based on activity so far. Are you comfortable with if we tweak that data? So there's always a process of revision if we need to later on.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, those 85,000 would.
Okay. GM, contractors, 20,700 in the budget. We've spent quite a bit this year, 36,000 already.
Yeah, so we've got 20. So this is our drum master costs, clean up illegal dumping. This year we did have a major asbestos clean up we had to look at. So we're not why we haven't budgeted back up to the 36 based on actual, because it was probably a unique cost in that one. This is also where we might need to get additional assistance in the past, where we've got a contractor in to assist, say, whether it be pick up some food inspections or mosquito inspections, where we're doing the Aedes aegypti inspections around Wondai and that. So, that's where that contractor funds have been used.
Thanks, GM. We comfortable with that? Councillor Duff?
So is it an option to, because they're just, you're not sure whether you're going to need it or not, just putting it in there, is it possible to just come back to council if there is something that you actually need, like there's an outbreak of something, or you need to do something, that we could actually just zero that out and just take it as a if there's an issue?
It definitely could. It is one that I think we have used sort of each year, and so I suppose as long as the staff, we just probably have to say if they do need to, if they do need to engage them, then yeah.
Further comments, suggestions?
So the
Councillor Henson?
only risk with that.
We'll go to Councillor Henson. Thanks, gentlemen.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and probably Director Manager Leanne, especially with asbestos, it would be true in saying that we have got some on the horizon issues with asbestos probably going to come up.
Very much so. Yeah, we do have a large amount of asbestos through our buildings. I would imagine this is for urgent works when you're coming across asbestos in the community and you need to do an emergency clean-up. So removing the budget item, you won't be able to respond quickly if you're waiting for the staff to come back to a budget review to then ask for the money. So that's how I would see that sort of issue, that it has some risk in delaying the response to the urgent matter that you want to attend to.
Thanks, Manager. Councillor Jones?
Through to Pete, the likelihood of us having a drum muster this year, every year, is probably, it's been ongoing every year. Would that be a fair comment?
Oh yeah, no, you definitely need some funds for the drum master.
Yeah, so the drum muster, and then as we all know, one of our major burdens across our region is illegal dumping of rubbish. Is it a fair comment to say that we're out there chasing rubbish on a regular basis, cleaning up illegal dumping? Would that be fair to say too, Pete?
Yeah, we can. We are. We are finding we're trying to get we've got that officer on board now, which is assisting in following up a lot of those, which is grant funded. So we are probably reducing those costs in that space because we're getting the people to clean up themselves so much. So I think even if we drop that one, I would suggest whether we drop it back to like a $5,000, so there is something there to cover your drum muster and advise us, for the staff to call on.
Thanks, General Manager.
Contractors as we go.
Thanks, GM. Thanks, Councillor Jones. We'll just go to Manager Watt.
Mr Mayor, sorry, as well as the blackbutt asbestos issue that needs to be funded, and I'm not sure where that money sits, the GM may know, but that's something that Peter may answer that, but that's a sleeper issue, and it's a funded one, and it's one that we have to address.
GM, is that, so that's in the current financial year. Are we expecting to see some more issues next financial year? We are, okay. All right, well, perhaps, and is that likely to be funded from this business unit here?
No, that one's actually in the next business unit. We've got 200,000 in this current year, and it's probably a matter of that, given delays in the tender process, it's more likely that we won't spend the majority of that funds this year, and it might need to be transferred into next year. So it's one of those we put it in the second quarter budget into this financial year, but yeah, it's in the next business unit. There was a $200,000 for that cleanup.
Thank you, General Manager. We might need to flag that one, Manager Carey, when we get to that, to make sure that we've budgeted for that in the 22-23 year, if it's going to carry across in the OPEX. Thank you. So any objections to just changing that to 5,000 as a notional amount at this stage? If not, we'll proceed through to, we right?
You sure sorry, Kirsty, you go.
Yeah, I just want to, just with the conversation that we had, I was of the opinion that budget line item couldn't change because we need the asbestos funding in it. So if we are taking it from there, where are those asbestos costs coming from?
So the asbestos costs come from a different business unit, Pete, you were saying?
Generally the asbestos cost, so that one was a one-off in that particular year, which has hit that. So look, we haven't spent anywhere near that in previous years, and normally we would recover. So it's the issue of all of the expenses will show here where we, so if you're looking at the actuals, but when we recover that off the property owner, there'll be revenue as another revenue. So yeah, it's probably not a, I think if we have those ones, as Mark's talking about, as we identify them, they would come back as a budget adjustment sort of thing. The major ones where it's $30,000 to clean up, or 200 in the case of the other one. I think we could bring those ones as a. We still need to respond and get it, make it safe. Like on the day we had, awnings falling down at Nanango, but those costs do go back to the owner. But it's just showing as the actual. So we don't budget for revenue, so we don't probably, so looking at probably previous years, last year or the current year actuals is abnormally high. So normally this would be like bringing in those, the additional assistance, like the jump muster cost is one, but in the previous where we've had bringing up for a mosquito program or something like that.
So will the $5,000 cover the drum muster and the illegal dumping component?
I think, that will sort of get us those minor amounts. If we have any of the major ones, then we can bring them back and advise council at that time. So, I think it is worth just having an allocation there that they can get, that the staff can say work with if they are a program. The risk if you have a zero allocation and say to staff, well, if you need to do it, and then bring the budget allocation back, then they might go and spend 40,000 and say, we've spent 40,000, we need a budget adjustment. Not that they would, I'm confident that they do minimise these, but I think we can live with that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, General Manager. Okay, let's keep moving through to environment. Okay, so we've got some illegal dumping fees there, some littering fees. We'll keep scrolling through. Okay, licenses and, just back up, yep, you're right. Licenses and permits, general operations and IT licenses. Any issues there?
Yeah, I think the IT licence have been sort of taken up with Billsy. Not sure what the Gen Ops, why there's the negative in the actuals. There must have been some accruals.
Yeah, so General Manager, that is the Department of Environment Sciences
Oh, yeah, sorry, yep.
licensing, isn't it? So there's no computer licensing in there.
Yeah, no, that's our licence we pay to the department.
Yeah, so we spent that 22,000 this year on that. Okay. All right, happy to keep moving. We'll keep going, Bree, down to internal plan charges. There's a nominal allocation there where staff may need to use vehicles, $2,000. Is that going to be something, well, we have spent some this year. Any suggestions of changing that?
Yeah, again, plan charges is one of those, if we can reduce it here, but whether you reduce the revenue, it's a sort of a in and out, because the revenue from that goes back to another council unit.
So
that could be $1,000, I suppose. Yeah.
Okay, well, let's tweak that one down to $1,000. Thanks, Bree. Okay, planning and land management.
So this is where we move into the different.
So this is where we're now moving into. Okay, I don't think we've got
I'll
Manager
go
Mike
with that
back
one.
on, have we? So Pete will keep with you. Revenue there.
So revenue, we as an overall department have kept at the, sort of based on actuals and a bit of extrapolation. So we've kept it at the current year budget. This is one, probably the reverse. We've kept it at what the current year is, but may need to come back for, I would be more likely a reduction in expected revenue if there's a slowdown, which I think we are seeing in the building plumbing industry. There's been that big spike. So now they've got to build out a lot of those applications that we've received. So we weren't looking to increase the expected revenue in this area, given the risks around over budgeting revenue.
Yes, thank you, General Manager. We'll keep moving on then. Take a conservative approach on that one. Through to materials. Okay.
Yeah, so through here is just really the Standards Australia subscriptions to the Standards Australia, the plumbing building fellas utilise. Internal plan is the vehicles for your plumbing building inspectors.
Down to internal plant. My calculations indicate that 76,000 would be an extrapolated result there. That's assuming there is no increase in internal plant charges at this stage, at least, which we haven't come to, Kerry. Thoughts on that, Peter?
Yeah, the only one with this is this is where we haven't had we've had that second building certifier position vacant for 8 of the 9 months of the year. I think if we can fill that position, which we advertised, we've got closed last week for that second position. We would expect there to be additional plant hire next year with that additional officer on board. So effectively, there'd be 4 officers in this space, or there should be running around if we were on full deck. So that's why the budget was probably higher than the extrapolations.
Thank you, Jim. So happy to leave that on that basis then at 84,000. The year to date really isn't an indication on the basis that we haven't had 2 full timers there. Moving through to consultants and contractors.
Yeah, so through these ones here are so the major planning scheme amendment. So in the consultants, we've identified the work to finalise that, and the other thing that has been booked to that has been the planning assessment support. So when we get those complicated or we overflow when we've planning applications, that's that there. The budget for the contractors is the development engineering services, and when we've had the private building certifier.
Thank you, General Manager. Councillor Duff?
Oh, just with the planning scheme amendments and planning assessment support, do we need to have someone, a consultant, or is that something that our staff may be able to just manage from here on in?
Yeah, no, we really do need the consultants who are doing this work day in, day out. So we probably haven't got the experienced person. We would spend, I think, if we put a person on it, it would cost more the consultants because they would be learning the process and bringing it up. So I think it would cost more if we did it in house. We'd run risks of errors. I do think the consultants are the best way to produce that particular piece of work. These are the consultants who wrote the planning scheme, so they're quite familiar with it. They went through the workshop, so they've commenced the process and with us. So yeah, I think that the consultants.
And General Manager, the 70,000 there is to finalise that planning scheme, consequential amendments. Yeah, thank you. Okay, Councillor Shoemaker.
I just had a question in relation to the contractors. Does that include the private building certification services? Is that for our own projects or is that for the certifier should we not be able to fill that vacant position?
Yeah, that's for us to engage a private certifier to do our certification works. So we do have, and we have been utilising that fairly heavily at the moment. Because we haven't been able to fill that position. But we have left an allocation in there because we have got an issue with our current certifier who has probably worked years on end without a break. So we are actually trying to implement a process where we can actually have the certifier carry out that duty so that officer can go take some leave, some extended leave. So yeah, all of our leave balances thing is there. So it may seem like it's a double up on the other officer, so we will certainly reduce that allocation if we could get another officer, but we have left an allocation in there because we really need to put that or allow that officer to have some time off and also catch up on a backlog. We're trying to go through a process now where if we can get the private certifier to do our new work, there's all those problematic building applications and ones that are issues that we need our certifier who's got the background to basically come offline, fix up those problem ones and spend some time on that. So it's twofold, to spend tidying up a lot of that historical issues and allow some time off. So we have put an allocation in there for that. So that's sort of why that is a bit higher.
Clarification.
Thanks, General Manager. Any further questions on that contractors amount?
So if we fill
Councillor
that,
Duff.
so thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we fill that position in the meantime, can we then?
Have you got your light on, Councillor Duff? Oh, you have. Thank you. Sorry.
So if we fill that position in the meantime, can we then remove that allocation?
I'd probably suggest not, because as I said, the allocation is probably not to do the work that second officer will do. It is probably to allow our current certifier to have some leave and also to come offline the normal certification services to fix up the piles of files that have got issues or all of those. That there are a lot of sort of outstanding issues. There's a lot like the CRMs in this area are just increasing. We're not making a dent into those, and certainly we do see that there is a whole body of work that isn't getting done that we need to probably put our certifier back across, and that's why we sort of were looking at the allocation to backfill. So and it depends on the level of applicant that we get, and in that technical officer role we've been trying for a couple of years, so we may be building someone up from a technical officer, like we haven't been able to get a fully qualified certifier, so we do expect to still rely on that private certification as we train up that second officer as well.
And just on screen there, it shows the General Manager Development Engineering Services. Just to clarify, we don't have any internal staff that do that work, so we do rely on external contractors to provide that service as part of our planning development approval process. So just to clarify that for the community. And then the additional funds are for the private building certifier on our buildings and perhaps backfill to enable that existing staff member to take some leave that's been accumulating. So clarify that for the community. We comfortable to move on, councillors, this stage? Yep, okay. We'll keep rolling through. Thanks very much, General Manager. So we're on to Parks and Gardens and NRM. And General Manager, would you like us to hand to direct our questions to Manager Watt now? Yeah, thanks, Manager Watt. Thanks, Jerry, very much, General Manager. We might get Manager Watt to come up the front and navigate us through the spreadsheet. Thanks, Mark. So just while Manager Watt's settling in, aerodromes revenue there, we've got 120,000. We did budget 115 last year. Year to date 78 till the end of February, I believe. Kerry, end of February on year to date. Any issues with that? Comfortable leaving that as is? Property leases 15,000. We'll keep moving there for the hangars. Income from those.
Just a question when Mark gets settled in. How much is it a year to lease a hangar? That's something I don't know. It's just from where.
It varies significantly. It's really managed by properties more so than parks.
It's not
but
I can catch up.
yeah, but there's historic rates, councillor, and all vary scales. So yeah,
It's
a bit,
irrelevant.
it's quite
Keep moving on. We've got a bit
diverse.
to go.
Okay, so we'll move on. Manager, comfortable with those two revenue items on aerodrome, fuel sales, and on... Okay, we'll move on then. Yep. Okay, comfortable with those. So we'll move through from revenue down to interest on loans. Kerry, I guess we're just going to have to see where that lands with interest rates. As you've put there, we'll calculate that later. Down to materials. Okay, any questions there? Councillors?
Oh, no.
Councillor Shoemaker, thank you.
Just with it's a relation to the coordinator position. Just with that new role that I've noticed that we're only budgeted for part of the year. Is that because of the new role that we're creating for the aerodrome? Have I got that right? Yeah. Sorry, Mark. Yep.
Hang on. Yeah, yes, councillor, that's correct. It's transitioning and then probably upsizing as time goes on, perhaps. But initially, it's a lower rate, a lower cost.
The new fence that's going in around the aerodrome, that's also means we don't necessarily have to have somebody driving the actual runway. Yeah.
That's correct. We do have a significant cost in that space, but we will transition out of that, which will be a saving, a good new story. But we still need to allocate sufficient funds, and we do have a strategy to implement whereby we get a more diverse group of AROs to have a cycle, like an on-call basis, and we need some funds for that as well. Not as much as what we're doing now because of that running of the airstrip. So that'll transition out, but that will be a saving as well.
Manager, I can see where in terms of your total for materials, 108,000, same budget as last year, pretty well. No increase there. Probably only one concerning, fuel costs, 95,000 you've got in there. You've got revenue of 115. With fuel prices, is that going to affect this industry? But I guess the revenue would adjust proportionately. With
correct,
the profit
Mr. Mayor.
margin.
Yeah, I mean we have done it at Burndooma where we upped the fuel cost and the revenue as a result, and it's negligible on this one, but we have covered for it's a break even or a slight profit factor. So I'm comfortable to leave it as it is now. But if you wanted to, the net effect would be the same.
We're looking at a net profit there of $20,000. We buy fuel, $95,000 worth of fuel. We sell it for $115,000. So you're suggesting that any increase in price would probably just pass that retail, that cost on, not factor in a profit margin. Yeah, okay. So we'd still only see the $20,000 profit.
And we are investigating a different system with fuel distribution as well, which we haven't completed that process. So we are investigating another arrangement with fuel.
Thank you.
So, Mark, we're comparable with other airports, like smaller airports like that, as far as fuel costs and all that go? We're comparable with that, we're not...
Do you want to answer that or do you want me to? So we do have probably some opportunity to increase our avgas prices at our airport. We have done a bit of an exercise in regards to some other airports, and there's probably some movement where we could probably increase our revenue on our avgas at this airport.
That might be a matter to bring back as a separate report to council in the future for council to consider in terms of the impact on users. Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay. All right.
Sorry, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Duff.
I just wanted to question this materials. It was, original budget was 7,250. Year to date was only 1,185, and you've kept it at 7,250. Can we make a saving there?
Yeah, I just think it's probably a coding issue there, Councillor Duff, if I can, Manager, where we've got items spread across a whole range of other account codes in terms of expensing. I think you can see the bottom line pretty well levels out.
That's okay. I just wanted to check.
You're very thorough with your process, and that's exactly what this is about. So, yeah, thank you.
And Mr Mayor, I've been very thorough in that same thing, and I've got some analysis from Monday's meeting, which you may not have been here for, on other areas, and it's a significant analysis that needs to be brought to mind. But that one's pretty obvious on the bottom line that we need all that money. It's only the same budget as last year anyway, but yeah, that's one where it's a coding issue. So,
Thank you, Manager. Moving through to planned internal plan charges, Manager, 9,500. Year to date, in excess of that. You comfortable with that figure?
yeah, I'm comfortable with that. That really deals with any council vehicles or mowers that may be active on the aerodrome. The other vehicle, or the other mowers that are used are done through voluntary, services at the aerodrome, and we don't charge them as such. So that arrangement has been in place for some time. So that's only really a nominal internal plant hire charge for any related activity not relating to those primary mowers.
Thank you. Consultants and contractors. First of all, contractors. I note that that's been reduced to $70,000 from what was previously 86. Year to date, 106. Is that a reflection of what you mentioned before in relation to the fencing and we weren't going to have the same level of inspections required?
That's correct, Mr Mayor.
Okay.
You will note that there's a $10,000 unspent line item. That's the annual technical inspection. The annual technical inspection has been conducted, but we just haven't received the invoice yet. We still have 3 months of the year to transpire.
So that's a regulatory requirement we'd have every year, that $10,000 cost. Thank you. Councillor Duff?
So I'm just questioning the mowing of the grounds at the Oneway Airport. So I thought that we had the community, like the group does that. Is that, so do we pay them to do that, or how does that work?
Are you referring back to the internal plant hire charges?
It's got, under contractors, you've got a footnote there, mowing of grounds at Oneway Airport in the notes, comments.
Thanks.
Yeah, so the Soaring Club at Wandai do maintain part of the airfield, so they do around the terminal building and around those hangar areas. They do also slash, obviously, the runway, and we do pay them. It's roughly probably $1,000 a month, or depending on when it needs to be done. So obviously this season, it's probably, you could say it's being done monthly. Obviously in a drought, it's not done as much. So that is, we do pay people to do that mowing.
Thank you. So that's obviously included in this budget here, yep.
Yeah, and the reason for that is that we don't supply them with a tractor and slasher like we supply out here at Kingaroy. We supply them with a small ride-on, zero-turn sort of mower that does that terminal space. It's not big enough to do your airstrip.
Okay.
So,
Any
oh,
further?
sorry, so the inspections and call-outs at Kingaroy and Wandai Airport, so they're just like, you don't know, they're just like, they could happen, or they just a sort of, I don't really understand, are they something that they happen to have as a matter of course, or are they just if something goes wrong?
Well, that's exactly what they are. They're call-outs to, to do kangaroo runs at the moment for the Flying Doctor, for example. And when, if the fence was in place and that wasn't necessary for Flying Doctor, they still do weekly inspections, twice a week inspections of the aerodrome as a regulatory requirement. So that's what that contractor rates for.
That's fine, so that's just something we can't get around.
No,
Yep,
no.
okay, that's
right.
fine.
Yep.
The next section down is clearing dips, which have been now brought down into the sale yards business unit over the Coolabunga sale yards. Manager, thank you.
Yeah, so really it's similar to what was presented on Monday, and I don't think there was any changes from Monday's presentation. So for the benefit of the councillors who may not have been there, it's really just minimal change to the budget. I would say that you will note that there is a change. There is a change to the general operations in terms of chemicals. I had this problem on Monday too. So that's actually an increase to the budget, and that general operations was to continue. You'll note that last year we spent 30,000 with a budget of 3. That was cleaning out of the yards, and we want to continue that process this year. So we're trying to allocate more money for that. That's what that one's about. There is a reduction in general maintenance based on historical figures, so we're comfortable with the saving there.
Sorry, I'm just on expenses, materials, general operations, there's a $5,000 increase.
Now that's a $5,000 saving reduction.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And the 17,000 is an increase. We're requesting more money to do, cleaning out yards with a bobcat type arrangement, making it safer and more accessible, removing, soft soil back to a harder base for the cattle.
Moving down to internal plant charges, manager, that 4,600, do we need to allocate for internal plant? Could we take that out?
I guess, yeah, based on, I guess we could. I'm not sure what that one's for. I don't have that info in front of me at the moment. Typically what we probably find there is that plant hire is probably already charged to another area by another officer who temporarily goes over to the sale yards, and is based on the pest and weed or the NRM space. So based on the fact that that's how it happened in practice last year, and given that with the restructure going forward next year, it's possible that money will be needed, because there will be a person specifically allocated to the sale yards that hasn't been before, hasn't allocated their plant hire, the use of a utility for that particular maintenance work. So that could be a risk to take that away, Mr Mayor, but you could reduce it and see how you go.
I'm probably just, there's 2 items here that I want to have a look at, internal plant charges and also contractors. I'm probably keen to see us try and balance the budget on the sale yards, at least the before depreciation budget. I can just see there where we've got, if we just scroll down a bit further, Bree, or Mark, sorry, we've just got, the bottom line. Can you see the bottom line there? 30,866. So that's the cash deficit on the sale yards before we account for depreciation. So if we set a depreciation aside, it'd be nice if we could actually balance that off. Now, I'm not saying it's achievable, but is there a way that we could look at those internal plant charges, look at our contractors' costs, and try and reduce those so that it reflects the income we're getting, or is that just not realistic?
The movement of that contractors is the dips part coming into the normal sale yards. So that's just reallocating that budget, and it doesn't appear to be, if I can scroll up to dips, that's the fees. You'll see there contractors, 60,000. Okay, so that's why that, if I can scroll down, I'm sorry to scroll so much, but that's where that has come in.
Actually, sorry, that's a surplus.
Yeah.
I've done a councillor Duff with the minuses. That's actually a surplus. My apologies. So we've got a
That's
surplus
right,
of
yeah.
31,000 on the sale yards
Yeah.
before depreciation. I was trying to grow it to 60,000. My apologies.
And Mr Mayor...
But still just on the contractors, so the 60,000 that was previously budgeted has moved down.
Correct.
Into here. Thank you. Okay.
And look, in all honesty, that is a good result, Mr Mayor, that surplus. That's as good as you'll get for this stage of where we're up to. We're seriously talking about fees. We've had good, positive communication with the agents. The agents have been working with us really well in that space, and we will be bringing back that revised fees and charges to you now and refining it. And we've done a lot of research with other similar sale yards. We've simplified the fees. The agents are quite on board. We will tic-tac with those stakeholders prior to bringing it back to council, and we will tic-tac with the working group. But by the time it gets to council, it'll be hopefully tried and true. So it's a good news story, and that's probably reflected in the budget, Mr Mayor.
Thanks very much.
Are those fees and charges revision has not been taken into account here? You're right. It works. Yep, you're right.
I guess it has, to a certain degree. We really don't know how they'll pan out, but if I could refer up to the fees and charges, you'll note that we do have an expected $16,000 increase. So, and that dips is just bringing it down from the top line, the other line. So it's a nominal improvement, and I think we need to work it through and see what's panning out as we progress through the year.
So, just through you, Mr Mayor, are we charging, where is the agent's fee here that we're charging the agent's fee? Where is that listed in this?
It's on that line, sale yards, fees and charges.
So how much are we charging the agents?
Well, that's in the fees and charges, but currently it's $1,127 per year for specialty sales only.
No, I'm talking about overall. There's no charge.
No, not for the Coolabunga itself.
So that
no.
needs to be addressed.
There is elements of the fees charged within the sale yards fees for sale days. Like a licence fee. If that.
So we're charging them $1.60 per head? Because that has been going, I've heard from other agents complaining that we are not charging a fee to the agents at Coolabunga, and so you're now saying it's through that particular one per head fee.
I guess that's the review process we're having at the moment. So obviously, when we do meet back with the working group, we have suggested some fees in there. We have spoken to the agents. Obviously, we need to go back to the agents, and now that we've had that initial workshop with them, we've now, just in the last week, collated those fees into, I guess, a more simplified fee structure. So I guess, as Manager Mark explained before, we're still in that draft process of the fee discussion. But I guess to answer your question, yes, there will be an agent fee for the use of the yards on a particular sale day.
Thanks, Manager. We'll go to Councillor Henson now.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Yeah, look, those conversations have been had, and Councillor Jones asked the question, they're going to be implemented on the 1st of July. I think that's correct, Manager Watt. And that being said, and I've said it before, they will be revised yearly for the next couple of years. So there's a lot of space we can move in those Coolabunga sale yards. Those fees and charges that we've negotiated and talked about over the last couple of meetings have made that simpler, and compared to where Coolabunga sale yards was and to where it's going at the moment, there's been a massive improvement there. Mick, you'd be able to confirm, and Manager Mark, the water infrastructure there's been major improvements done on that. The troughs and the hay racks. And look, honestly, that's a huge mover because there's been not much happen there for quite a number of years. So this Coolabunga sale yard section here, business unit, when you look at that column of $84,000 with the draft budget in 22-23, variance of $16,000, I can only see that going up and that facility improving out of sight.
So I just, through you, Mr Mayor, so the fees and charges that we adjusted, the only people who are going to pay that are the producers of that sell the cattle through the yards. I'm talking specifically about the agent's fee because we, yeah. so it's
Councillor, I might
different,
just
yeah.
interject here. Could we have this discussion perhaps at another forum? This is, I think, a whole separate issue. But if the committee's happy with this budget at this stage, let's keep moving. We've got a lot to get through. And if you're happy to, we can have that discussion as part of a standing committee discussion into the future.
Absolutely. So I just wanted to make note of an actual agent's fee. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so we'll defer that to a future committee meeting. On to the Yalacool Tourist Park. Thanks, Manager Mark.
Mr Mayor, may I defer to my my materials breakup, which was an outcome from Monday's meeting? Would that help? Because that might allow you to understand that better. Where's that spreadsheet again? Sorry.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor, just while Mark's getting that up, I know just from the revenue side, it has been reduced, I think, the next financial year, just lower expectations given the trends for the second half of the year. So we'll see that impact in that reduction in budget of 55,000.
That's a good point. That might be good context before we go into the expenses side. So yes, I'll just go down to revenue. So we really have modified the revenue based on prior year actuals and some averages. So I've got some averages across the year, previous years, and we've really formulated a revenue item of 650,000, which is a reduction of 55 on revenue for Yalacool or for BP Dam. So that's fine. Now with BP Dam, this is again as a result of Monday's meeting where we really needed to break up some of the costs and understand them a bit better. So that exercise has been done. So, councillors, what I would do is I'll just refer you to that area there. And as you can see, with the 21-22 budget was $48,000. We look like getting to, and this is trying to explain all the different line items that where you've got an actual figure and no budget and a budget and no actual and blah-de-blah. So what we've done is analyse that in some detail, and we've worked out that I guess the end of year operational costs are likely to be, or the extrapolated costs as we refer to them as, approximately 38,000. Last year's budget was 41, so we're budgeting 41. So 48, so we're budgeting 41, so there's a reduction there in materials, okay? That's just to reflect actuals. I'm happy with that. And you can see the breakup. So, for example, materials, consumables, we've analysed them down to bare tin tacks. And, we've got council stores, cleaning materials, products, toilet paper, etc. in that line. And as you can see, there was no budget for that last year. And again, in fuel costs, we've got fuel costs for mowers. There was $1,000. As you can see, we extrapolate that out. It's going to be a little bit more expensive. That fuel is delivered by council fuel truck out to, or council fuel truck, the fuel truck out there with $1,000 budget. So we haven't really changed that budget, but it's really incorporated into our $40,000 on that top line, if that makes sense. On this particular example anyway. Does that sort of help understand? Yeah, okay. Now,
So, Mr. Mayor, so I'm just concerned about the income. You're thinking we're not going to get any more income. I thought the dams were going gangbusters and we were potentially going to get more income.
Well, it didn't get realised for the year in the past, unfortunately. I think it's peaked. And there's a lot of issues with the dams that are impacting on people coming and going from there, and I will refer to them as we go through. For example, BP is a different market to Boondooma. BP is actually performing quite well, but it's still getting a bit tired and worn out in some places. And I've asked in some areas to think about maintaining and removing some of the trees around the cabins because they are untidy and they impact on vehicles parked there, and those cabins are quite tired. And I think if we continue to not invest in that facility, you're going to get a tired facility and people are not going to go there. And we get a number of complaints, etc. So we're dealing with those daily. We just need to keep that in mind, and that's why a lot of these costs reflect what we do in those cabins. It might be putting in new screens, new curtains, new fittings. One would like to think that if we got some funding, we would replace those 9 cabins over a progressive period with a strategy about how we can begin that process and have a covered car parking space and probably a more improved, say a sealed car park perhaps for that area, and you would start to improve and upgrade those facilities because they are a big revenue earner. So that's just food for thought. I'm not asking for any of that money now. I'm just saying we need to bear it in mind going forward.
Absolutely, we will do. And Manager, you've taken a very conservative position on Yallakul, on BP Dam, at 650. Last year we budgeted 705. It looks as though we're certainly going to go over the 705 this year. But should we actually exceed the 650, it's got to be a bonus to our actuals when we get to the end of the year. So we probably have to be careful about getting too excited about over budgeting on revenue under the current circumstances. Fuel prices may affect the visitor market as well, the driving visitor market. Councillor Jones?
Yeah, thanks, Mick. So we, as a council, are going to continue to go down and make these separate business units, like a separate business unit, the 2 dams.
So, yeah, I think there's a consideration in our corporate plan and our operational plan. CEO Mark has got that in there, that we will give consideration to the commercialisation of our dams. Yeah. In which case then we have to take into account factors like competitive neutrality, pricing against other facilities. We have to take into factor in the community contribution that they offer. So, but my understanding is that over the next 12 months, that will be a process we'll embark on. Yes.
Yeah, no, I can see the benefit in that. It's the same as the Coolabunga sale yards. If we're starting to get into a surplus, I'd like to see that money reinvest back into those facilities and continue on. So, yeah, happy to see that progress. Thank you.
So, councillors, without labouring the point, we've got the other line, general operations, which I've got the cursor on. We look like spending 53 for the year. We budgeted 80, so I've brought that back to reflect those actuals. And general maintenance we look like spending $21,000 there. We only had a budget of 2, so I've increased that. And that, if I can just scroll across, you will note that I've broken some of those costs down. So material costs is the $18,000, which you can see that's that figure in the actuals for materials. And what that is various activities that make up that material cost. And you will note that it's everything and anything to do with, materials and services and supplies that help us maintain BP Dam. Dispatch stock, for example, is the bigger one. That's cleaning supplies, cabin fittings from Bunnings. Is all myriad of things there for you to see. If we go across to general operations, you've got the $40,000, which is, if I can, and this is on the figures that were presented on Monday. So those figures may be different in today's spreadsheet because there's other actuals that have come in. But you can see that laundry is a big cost for us. Solar repairs to panels was a big one-off cost this year. We had to repair the golf cart. So you can see those things in there for the year that have just gone. And the last one was general maintenance. Now, we didn't have much of a budget for general maintenance last year. I've increased that by 10,000 because we've got, by way of example, last year we had some repairs to safety switches. We had to take a lot of trees down from BP Dam, and I want to continue that this year because we get a numerous number of complaints about those trees along the cabins that I mentioned earlier. Yeah. Yep, they're actually don't quote me, but they're a pest of a tree, so in more ways than one. So they will improve the cleanliness and presentation of those cabins, and that would be the start of I think, a strategy to improve that space in those cabins and that general area there. So we spent 16 grand there. Locks and keys, as you can see, there's all sorts of things that we spend. Now, those costs are all covered, in my view, with this year's budget, but that was just by way of example and questions from Monday.
Manager, I noticed there's no allocation for electricity. Have we taken that into properties, have we? Yeah. Probably with something we'll need to consider with that commercialisation pursuit as to whether we actually should be keeping electricity here, because we are looking at this as moving this into more of a commercial entity where we can assess all the costs. But happy to leave it at this stage, subject to that review. Councillor Schumacher?
Yeah, don't disagree. Thank you for the work you've done on this. Two things I think really important to capture is that strategy to replace those cabins, like whether that can be something that we consider on that forward plan of projects. It's something that I think we do really need to talk about, and you can see that through some of the spends that you've got here. And in many instances, like I keep saying, sometimes you've got to spend some money to make some money. So my concern just with the tree removal is, from what I understand, when you remove trees, you should equally be planting new trees. So I'm just wondering if we've got a budget allocation or how that works for BP Dam, because to lose all that big shady area and not be replacing it with something, I think would be a problem later down the track. So they're things I'd like to think about.
Councillor Schumacher, your idea of shovel-ready projects is good. And for example, at BP, we already have one in the boat ramp. Even though it won't occur, I don't think. We'll have to decline that funding because there's too much water in the dam. But that is a good example of a shovel-ready project because we can resubmit that. And my view with BP is that if you wanted to begin the strategy for developing and improving, it would be a simple case of getting our landscape architect to do a concept plan, bring that back to council and go, here's the cabins, here's this, that and the other, and we would work on that, that concept plan, bed that down. That's a shovel-ready project in my view, because then we could populate that with new cabins in that location. I think that going forward, you've got all sorts of opportunities there. You've got land where you could put people who might want to place a building, and I'm just kicking tyres, place buildings there at their own cost and lease land off you. There's all sorts of ways and means you can improve that facility, and we just need to strategise around that.
Can we recognise that in the op plan as maybe something that we take as a project forward? Because, I absolutely agree. I think there's enormous opportunity there, and we've just got to think a little bit differently about what we have. But I think that would be a great thing to focus some energy on.
Look, Councillor Potter, sorry.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. With regards to the program and sort of looking forward and developing shovel-ready projects with regards to the dam, when we do that, I'd like us to consider what some other places are doing. I know, with the beaches, how they've got the wheelchair accessibility to the water. I'd really like us to consider to make sure that we have cabins that are accessible for people with disabilities, maybe with hoists and things like that, and also with proper ramps and maybe a couple of water wheelchairs and things like that. Thank you.
Manager, I'm just going to bring us back to your costs here. Now, revenue's gone down. I'm going to be a bit tough here. Revenue's gone down 80 grand, $80,000. We're reducing that on last year's budget by 80,000 for the reasons you've mentioned. Expenses have gone up 90. Now, I acknowledge that 40,000 of those relate to the contract with the manager, increasing from the 170 to the 210. But if we deduct that off, the expenses increase. The expenses have then got up 50,000. So we've reduced our revenue by 80. We've increased our expenses by 50 when we set aside the manager's increase. So there's $130,000, which is reflected in the bottom line, where last year we had a surplus from the dam of 252. This year it's coming back to 137. So that's 120,000 approximately that we're not going to have go to our bottom line in our OPEX. So I think we just need to keep, I'm hearing what everyone's saying about developing the dams and about making sure, but we have to also look at the fact that with our limited ability to raise rates, with the attacks on our FAGS grants, we do have to look at some of this own source revenue. And these dams can be an opportunity for us to raise revenue and thereby help reduce our deficit. So we just have to be careful about saying, yeah, look, we're happy with the 130,000 cash surplus because last year we budgeted for 250. So yeah, I would like to have a bit of a closer look at those expenses if we can. So for example, where we've got materials going up to 50,000, you've indicated on there, it's been increased by 10 since the workshop. We've got 15 for marketing, and I absolutely support that. We do need to market our dams, absolutely. We've got kiosk expenses still at 65, but we're expecting our trade to be down. So look, I'm not sure what the answers are here, but I think we just need to be cognizant of the fact that contractors 43,000, that we still are certainly not getting the outcome that we would probably hoped for, from my point of view at least, at
Mr.
this
Mayor,
stage.
in reality, there are a lot of costs that are attributed to BP that are incurred but not attributed to it. Okay, so we have a lot of officers who provide administration and management of BP Dam that are not allocated to BP Dam. Okay, so if you move to a structure where you have a commercialisation for BP Dam and you allocate that person to that dam, that makes it even more difficult to fund that facility. And that's the bad news story, and I'm sorry to say, but that's the reality.
Thank you, Manager. I think that the contra entry is that under the commercialisation regulation, we are required to account for community benefit. So if we've got people going out there and using the dam for free like a park and not paying, that has to be valued, Kerry, and brought in as revenue. So that may actually create, that one could balance the other. Okay, I'm just making the point at this stage that we still need to be careful here because any reduction in the profit on the dam from 250 to 130 is going to affect our bottom line by 120,000. So, Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but I also note that some of the expenses here are for knives and forks and pillows and things like that that actually are pretty critical when you're trying to rent the cabins out. And I think that's where that targeted focus around trying to actually increase. There's a number of people working in that area that I think would use those cabins more if we'd lifted them from the feedback that we're getting to a standard. And I think we've seen that at Bundoomba with the work that's happened out there. So I hear what you're saying, but I also think I understand from looking at some of these expenses, they're not radical expenses. They're actually really basic things that we will need for those cabins.
Yeah, thanks. I'm certainly not saying that we don't. Well, what I'm saying is we're not seeing that reflected in the increased revenue. So if we're going to get more trade because we're improving the facility, I would like to think that we're going to see more income, whereas we're actually showing a reduction of income of $80,000
So
while we're incurring more expenses. And if we're looking to make this a business, that's not the way I would want to run a business.
So that was my concern. I was looking at the bottom line. Well, I was at 90,000. It was actually 100,000. But when you take out the stuff we can't change, which is the contractor, can we just go through? Are we able to go through them line by line and just actually see if we can squeeze a bit more out of you?
You can take as much out as you like, but we've analysed that up to this point for today's presentation, and there's no fat, there's no fluff in there.
So where you've got increased by 10K since the workshop, that was that in the materials. Just I might have missed that. What was that?
Which line?
That's on materials. Sorry. You've increased it by 10,000 since the workshop. What was the 10,000?
Can you just direct me to which line you're
the
referring
top
to?
line, the actual top line.
Oh, sorry, yeah. I couldn't see it for looking. Well, that was to cover for those additional costs for, say, tree removal. You know, the tree removal and those sorts of examples. If I can just Yeah, well, that's basically what that one is.
So we had 18,000 was the year to date, and now it's up to, you're asking for
Yeah, but
50,000.
and that's misleading. That when you because if you add up all of those, and that's what that other spreadsheet's for, Councillor Duff.
Yep, sorry, yep.
So I've consolidated all of those material costs into this line here.
So you've got a projected end of year of 38.
Yep.
But you're asking for 50 in
No,
the
I'm
next
not.
year.
No, I'm asking for 41.
No, you're not. You're asking for 50 because on over here, you've asked for 50 for materials. Manager, in the budget that Kerry's given us, Kerry, it's got 50,000 there, not 41.
Okay, no, I'll take that on board. I'm not sure that I asked for that. I'm not sure. How did that happen? Is that me, Kerry, or? Righto, there you go. See?
Don't worry, manager. Hey, I read a deficit as a surplus. The surplus is a deficit this morning, so we're square. We're all human and make mistakes.
See what's happened, and look, that's okay. Look, I'll have to just defer to that being as fair and reasonable, and perhaps that 10,000 may need to come out. But the point of the whole argument is that most of those materials that we've analysed are all real costs. You know, they increase when the turnover increases at those cabins, for example, and on the park. The laundry costs are quite high, and they obviously increase when you have more turnover in the cabins.
But we're seeing less turnover. We're seeing an 80. We're seeing our revenue drop by. And I mean, if you look at this year, I've tracked this year. If you extrapolate this year's budget, and we've got the big Easter trade to come yet at BP Dam, which I know it's normally packed every Easter. So from my extrapolations, if one's to factor in Easter, we've got revenue of 600K year to date. My extrapolation takes that out. That's for 8 months. You roll that out, it goes well over 800. It goes well over 800,000 year to date for this current financial year. Now, even if you drop 20% off my figure, it brings it back to 720. So all I'm saying is, if we've got more costs, but we've got less people using it, I think that needs to be understood by council.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I've just answered my own. I'm sorry for the confusion, but yes, you're right. I had made a budget increase of 10,000, and there's just too many figures there. But what I've done is that 40,000 in the draft budget, I have increased to 50, okay, because of that figure being 48.
But that's your last year's budget.
Yep.
And your year-to-date extrapolation, you're saying is going to be 38.
Yep. But if
and
you
if
look
we're
at,
doing, sorry, so
you're right.
why are we going from 38 to 50? I think that's a fair question.
That's last year's budget.
So you're saying last year we budgeted 48, but we're only going to spend 38, but next year we'll need 50.
Yeah, but because of those additional costs, like you got your marketing.
But the marketing's allocated
Sorry, that's
separately
on
in a different
line.
15,000.
But you've... Was it? I'll have to go back. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry for that confusion.
Does that not include, you put an $8,000 increase in for tree removal, is that not part of the reason?
That's in there. That's in that line, and I'm thinking that's what the extra 10's for, but I've just got to probably go back and check my figures. Yeah, and look, that is a desirable cost, and it could come out if council wasn't supportive of that activity, and perhaps if we were going well and there was money for that activity, we could do it, but really it's only $10,000, Mr. Mayor. Like it's
Mr. Manager, don't start me. We're facing a prospective $5 million deficit, and every $10,000 counts. So I'm pleased you say that tongue in cheek. Every dollar counts here. All right. Okay. So you want to leave that at 50 for the tree removal? So, I'm just keen to hear what the councillors' views are.
I want to take it out.
Okay. Any objections to that, bringing that back to 40?
Yeah, I'd probably, if listening to what the manager says and the conversations we've had, the tree removal seems to be a significant, of significant importance to us to tidy up those cabins and refresh them, and because they're causing damage and a little bit of sap and all that sort of stuff. Is that a fair comment? So that $8,000 would be well spent in regards to removal and freshening up and making the park more presentable. Is that a fair comment? Yeah, so, yeah, me personally, Mr Mayor, if you're asking for my opinion, I'm happy to leave it in there simply because of the request from the park managers. They're doing a great job out there. Listen to what our manager has said as far as presentation goes and trying to clean up and present the cabins in a lot better and more respectable way. I'm happy for an $8,000 spend to go there.
Can I also just mention, like, you'll see there's a solar panel charge there. That's really not the dam, that's connected to the water, but it comes out of our budget. So there's always some little hidden pop-up ones that come up from year to year that we really haven't budgeted anything for. Like, that was $12,000, so we still had to take it, we had to find that money in our operational budget. So, there's still bits and pieces that happen all the time. And as we've discussed, as the cabins get older and as the facility gets older, there's more maintenance. So your maintenance costs increase. And until we actually rectify and possibly look at the new cabins or that, we have no scope to moving our revenue up because we can't charge ridiculous fees for not giving them a nice cabin or whatever. So it's a catch-22. So we're sort of even stuck in that spot at the present time. Because
So Major is saying that we'll spend an extra 50 this year, which includes 15 for marketing on the cabins. We won't necessarily see that flow through to additional revenue until possibly the year after. Is that really what the argument is?
Well, Mr Mayor, I'm hoping that with a marketing budget, those dams haven't been marketed properly for the last 3 to 4 years. So we're just relying on the regular people that come to our dams annually, a few word by mouth to their friends, a bit of Facebook stuff. We're really not targeting any new people to our dams. And you'll probably, we haven't got to Bundoomba yet, but Bundoomba has really decreased in revenue, and they're probably some of the reasons. And there's other avenues that reflect that as well, because people have got other options
Yes.
now.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah.
So and Bundoomba's a whole separate case, I understand that, but just on BP Dam, we're tracking to go close to 900,000 this year. When Easter comes in, that's certainly high 80s to 900 from my extrapolations there. Now, we're budgeting 650 for this next year, and I'm happy to accept that's a conservative approach, and if we get any more, it'll be a benefit to our actuals. But we are spending an extra 50 on costs, and we are reducing our budgeted revenue by 80 on last year's budget. So just want to keep that in context here. I'm not suggesting we make any radical changes, but I think we need to watch this space carefully moving forward. Councillor Shoemaker.
Sorry, my apologies to interrupt. I do have to leave for another water meeting, so I'm going to have to go on. Sorry, I stayed for as long as I can.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. If we can just note that, in the minutes, Councillor Shoemaker's had to leave. Thank you.
So through you, Mr Mayor, so if we're going to spend an extra 15,000 on marketing, and then we're saying that we're going to decrease in the number of visits, like I don't want to take that negative conservative approach. I think that if we're going to spend the money, we're going to get more people. Otherwise, why spend the money if you're just going to think it's hopeless? So I think if we're going to spend the 15,000 on marketing, we should put the income up accordingly. And the other one is that the tree, I don't know whether, but I can see removal of trees in 8,000 is down the bottom. Are we removing other trees as well as the ones up the top? Like you've got removal of trees 8,000 down the second last line, and then up the top you've got increased by 10 because of removal of trees. So is it just confused?
The 10,000 budgeted is for the Trillianas, if I could say that. If there's an issue with an unexpected tree, strike of lightning or a rotten tree, we don't have money for that. But we have to take it out because an arborist will do a tree report and that tree is deemed dangerous and that's serious. We take that out as a matter of urgency. So that's incorporated in our material costs that may or may not happen. So
the $10,000 that was increased because of the workshop, that was for, you said it was for trees, but it's not, it's just for emergent trees, is it?
no, for the trillianas, the trees in between the cabins.
Sorry, so then what's the 8,000 down the bottom?
Sorry, are you talking about that figure there?
So general maintenance, there's $10,000 in the budget, and it's got removal of trees beside it. Yeah, that one there, yeah. So it's got removal of trees, 10,000 in the budget.
Yep.
Yet at the top, we've got the 40 goes to 50. So it does seem as though there's a double up there.
Yeah, look, I'll have to take that as what it is, Mr. Mayor, and I'm happy to adjust that accordingly. I'll have to go back over those figures because I think I was trying to cover off on, it's not a double up, it's trying to reflect the actual cost from the prior year to what we're expecting this year. So there's a $10,000 adjustment. I think we could fairly say that. That's reasonable. And in terms of the revenue, I think we would be happy to go back and reanalyse that and certainly take on board your comments there. I think that's reasonable as well. And remember, this is only the first draft budget that's presented to council, so that's what it's all about, is to try and get your thoughts and amend it accordingly as we go forward.
Yeah, look, it is managed, but it's probably the only chance we're going to have to look at this level of detail. That's why we have these meetings. I am concerned, both managers, Mark and Michael, that we have increased the costs by 50,000. Plus, there's an extra 40,000 for the managers who now get 210,000. This is just BP Dam. So there's a $90,000 increase in our operating costs, but we're reducing our revenue by 80. So council isn't a business, and I've often said that, but these dams need to move towards being a business. I think that's the appetite of council. But our profits are going backwards. We're going to our budget. I think our profit this year is going to go well over 252 because the revenue is going to exceed that 705. Clearly, to me, that's tracking to be much higher once we bring in the Easter trade. Now, we're projecting that we're going to bring that back to 137, which is probably potentially going to be a $200,000 drop in our profit. I think we do need to have a good hard look at this. We've got a significant investment out there.
Particularly as we're going to spend the money now to market it, surely we would think we would have some hope of getting an increase rather than a decrease.
And the other thing too, I think, is we've been looking at a strategy with properties with Manager Leanne where we've been using Works for Queensland funds to undertake renewals on our buildings so that Leanne could reduce her maintenance costs. And hearing what we're saying this morning about the cabins, should we be looking at saying, well, we'll use some of our Works for Queensland money to upgrade our cabins so that we don't have to spend so much on maintenance moving forward? And thereby we could actually reduce the maintenance budget in 22-23 and put a larger amount into Works for Queensland for upgrades, renewals. Just a thought, as a way to try and reduce our deficit here, because that would kid our capital budget, not our OPEX. Any thoughts on that, Mike? Mark? Yeah.
We did put it forward, Mr. Mayor. We have put that forward in previous discussions in formulating Works for Queensland and also the other bucket of money that was the LRCI. That was one of our primary requests, but it didn't get very far. There were other priorities, and that's fine. We understand that, but this is front of mind for us, these sorts of projects with funded money, because they're a great opportunity to spend that funded money on those sorts of costs because they are significant. And it's a good revenue earner for you, so you're spending someone else's money to make money.
So we put new cabins out there. How does that affect us as far as moving forward, depreciation and all that sort of stuff? So does it outweigh that? Does it is there any gain? Yes, we'll have new cabins and all that sort of stuff moving forward. The 15,000 for advertising, councillor, that's exactly why you advertise, is to increase your numbers. But at this stage, that's what we're set at. And I tend to agree with Mark that the initial euphoria after getting let out after lockdown and all that sort of stuff is starting to balance out and level out and all that sort of stuff. And so, and listening to the mayor, he's an accountant and this is his game. He's certainly enjoying himself in these last couple of weeks, punching these numbers around and throwing them about. But yeah, and I go back to what the mayor said earlier, we don't want to overestimate what our income is going to be. So if we stay on a level where it's going to be reasonable and expected to reach, anything above that's going to be a bonus towards our bottom line moving forward. So
What about at the very least we just kept it as status quo as opposed to decreasing?
your level of income at 705.
What the Easter, which isn't included in this, like what the mayor said, there's a significant lot of revenue to come in for the Easter trade.
So that's 800,000. You're talking, Mr. Mayor, is that right? That's a figure you threw out there before with the Easter trade?
Just looking at how we're tracked, 900,000 we'll probably get to. Next year's probably going to be at least 20% down on that, because we're not going to have that post-COVID flood of people, which would bring the 900 back to 720. So maybe the 705 is a more accurate indication of where it would land. That's a bit over a 20% reduction on what we're doing at the moment.
Yeah, no, I'm happy with 705 to leave it at that. It's a $55,000 surplus difference.
And I think we probably also want to set some targets for our organisation to say, well, if we're going to spend an extra 15,000 in marketing, we'd like to see a return on that investment.
Yeah, I'm happy to go with 705 and leaving it at 705 for the revenue. Yep.
So, Bree, could we just pop that 705 in there in the revenue column? Over the 650?
Mr. Mayor, I'm now driving this computer.
Oh, sorry, Manager, could you...
But I'm sure, Mr. Mayor, that they will amend that accordingly. And I can't disagree with what you're saying. That's fine. And we've analysed these figures, and we can go back and do further analysis with the dam managers and our stats and Easter and things and like that. But I'm happy to take that on board and amend it accordingly.
We do need to resolve this today, though. So whatever's on the screen here is what we're going to pass as a motion. So we do need to make those changes on the screen. If we can change that to 705, if that's the appetite of the committee. So yeah, good driving. Thank you, Manager. Look, I still think that we should bring that materials back to 40,000 because I don't think that we've got the tree allocation of 10 grand further down. Your year-to-date expenditure shows that we're probably only going to spend under 40 this year.
Done, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'm happy with that at this stage.
My question to that is, and what happens, Mark, if you go in there and you find out that 10,000 was there to cover that tree removal? How do we adjust that accordingly?
I think it might have been. I think that 10,000 was not for trees. It was just for general material costs that I determined as being likely next year, based on this line here. But I don't think the 10 in that summary is supported anyway. I think I was just trying to consolidate all those different line items there. So I'm happy to incorporate that 10 out, and see the general maintenance down there? That's the trees there. So I think we can incorporate in the materials that reduction of 10,000 as the Mayor's requested. So I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a couple of things there. Look, these Trellianas, and there'll be ongoing problems, they'll create a huge amount of problems with those cabins and maintenance. They are a declared pest. You're not allowed to buy them, you're not allowed to sell them, you're not allowed to plant them. The sooner they get out of that system at those dams, the better, because they are a proper nuisance. They were once thought they were a wonderful tree. They're not. The limbs fall off them, they're full of sap. Birds make a hell of a mess. Their leaves make a horrible mess. I've got one in my garden and it's the most horrific thing I've got in my garden. There hasn't been any marketing for the last 3 years as such because there's been no water in the dams. It's pretty simple as that. Now every facility has got water in them, so there needs to be, that marketing will be a very important tool, certainly for the revenue for that dam and then, of course, the Boondooma Dam. But, yeah, I think be very mindful that there's certainly the condition of those cabins and with the maintenance that needs to be done and is done there, it could easily be a figure that needs to be looked at closely in time.
Yeah, look, and I'll put this out there at the moment. We've allocated $2 million to water in the Works for Queensland budget. We might have to revisit that as a council and go, you know what, are there other projects now that we've got our dams full, now that we've, we are looking at doing Mount Warrulin Reservoir anyway. I think Manager Lowe's come up with a great proposal for that, which looks like it's going to not cost us anywhere near what we thought. So, we might be able to look at the Works for Queensland budget again and go, as Councillor Jones has said, let's keep that fluid, keep ourselves responsive to that. It might be that we have to make a decision to spend some money on upgrading or renewing some of the cabins if they are getting old and deteriorated. But that's a conversation we can have, when the time comes. Councillor Jones?
Yeah, I just want to say in response to that, Mr Mayor, that just because our dams are full, we don't drop the ball on our water, and it's a good opportunity, yes, and it gives us an extended period of time to get that water infrastructure up, but that's critical for us moving forward. So I take your point with your $2 million and all that, and yeah, we do need to approach it very carefully because we can't drop the ball with the water infrastructure that we need in this region.
Yeah, I think it's a conversation we need to have, don't we? Yeah. Councillor Potter?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I know we're looking, talking about advertising and things like that, which is great, and that's something we actually possibly should have been doing all along. We should never have taken that budget away like we did last time. But, when we start advertising, it's not an instant gratification thing. People don't start coming tomorrow if we advertise today. So advertising takes time for the people to actually come back to the area and to see what they're missing.
That's not, sorry, just don't forget that every other facility, water storage is full as well. So we're now competing with Somerset, we're now competing with Wivenhoe. We've got to make them travel that extra 2 hours to come here or 3 hours to come here.
One other thing there, Manager, the $7,000 for IT licences, is that something, RMS support, is that not picked up by our IT budget with It's Not, Kerry? Should that be, so are you happy to leave it there? It stays there? Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Dam specific, yeah, okay, good, thank you. Are we comfortable? We've now got that up to 202 in terms of cash surplus. That's an improvement on where we were at the 137. Keep rolling through. Okay, let's go through to Boondooma. I do know that we are probably only a quarter of the way through this, guys. So I think we might keep going, roll through to 12, and then I think we need to make a decision on what we're going to do because we could be here for a big day otherwise. And I know Manager Juliette's got her properties department to come. So could I suggest we keep going, roll through to 12, and then see where we're at come lunchtime and make a decision then? Okay.
Thanks, Mr
Boondooma.
Mayor. So, yeah, if you're happy, that's there. So with Boondooma,
Sorry.
Sorry.
Did we skip over internal plant charges and contractors, or have I missed something?
Yes, we did skip over that.
So there's actuals on internal plant charges is 55,000. So we've got a draft budget of 55. So that's
We increased the budget to reflect last year's actuals with mowing. And we had a big year with mowing last year, obviously, current year. And that figure there is only a year-to-date figure.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
So that's our council mowers, and that's the Proston crew who mow BP Dam.
So then the contractors, what are they? That's plumbing, electrical services, waste,
Yes.
skip bin.
Correct.
So you've actually cut that back.
It's not on that sheet, but if I go back to where you were, that's correct. That's plumbing, electrical, waste, skip bins, those sorts of things.
Yep. So I'm good with that because you've actually cut that back from what your year-to-date actuals.
Yep.
Yep. All good. Sorry.
So, yeah, BP done and dusted, Mr Mayor. So with Boondooma, we've done a similar thing, I hate to say. Now, with Boondooma, it's quite different to BP. So we as a budgeting exercise, are saying that we're probably not going to get to last year's revenue figures. And there's some reasons for that, in that I guess the budget was increased last year towards the end of the budget process. And, similarly, we've tried to reflect this year's budget based on current actuals and current predicted turnover. We have some issues at BP such that we're finding that with some people, they're camping outside Burndooma and going and visiting Burndooma through the day. So, like at Highsville or Proston, the free camping. So we're hearing reports that that's going on and that's impacting on our revenue figures for Burndooma. And I guess the other thought is that with Burndooma, it's a very popular venue for people who camp right next to the water. It's one of the very, very few dams in the whole of the southeast Queensland, if you like, where people can, tie up their boat, camp, 5-10 metres away from the water and just watch, just keep an eye on their boat and not pull it out of the water and park up on the top side or, on the other day or camping areas. And we are having discussions with Sunwater, or they're wanting to, about the wet and dry concession deed. And we look like moving down the path of having to determine what that wet and dry concession area is and prohibiting that sort of camping, and that's going to deplete the revenue, I think, going forward. It runs the risk of depleting the revenue. So we have to discuss that with Sunwater in a positive and deed agreement arrangement. But the two things are that, plus the free camping that's happening in Proston and Highsville, and those people are camping in those locations. They're not camping at Burndooma, and that's reported through the dam managers, and that's impacting on turnover and activity out there. And I guess we've included those things in our projections for next year.
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, the free camping in Proston, they only can take about, in the town there, about 6 caravans. That would hardly have a huge impact. There's some at the golf club, but in Highsville, you wouldn't see 2 caravans there. I can't imagine that would be having a huge impact. So I'm surprised at that. And again, there's 15,000 for marketing in this budget for Burndooma. So why would we predict such a drop?
My understanding, the water level's having a big impact. Is that not the case with we just haven't got that space for people to camp near the water's edge that we once had? Manager Mike, what are your thoughts? Is that a big part of the impact we're seeing here?
I guess it's yes and no. So if you went out there probably in Christmas, you'd think that we would have been, not many people would have gone there because the water's up so high, but they were parked practically right at the water. So I'm really not sure, but the numbers are just slowly decreasing at Burndooma. It's obviously a different clientele from the other dam, so it's more of a camping side of thing. And I guess 6 or 7 caravans that are pulled up at Proston for 2 months that would be paying powered sites at Burndooma. It does add up over a period of time. But yeah, I don't think that's the whole reasons behind it. But it's just... It's hard to tell what the reasons are. And I think also, COVID's messed us around fairly much this financial year, so it'll be a good indication of see where we go next year, I guess.
We'll be lucky to get to our $800,000 budget this year. I think we'll be lucky to achieve our $800,000 budget on revenue for Burndooma this year, and to expect 735 next year. I don't believe that's overstated on how it's tracking, to be honest. I think that's fair and reasonable. Councillor Henson?
Yeah, look, I made mention, there's a big factor with private property. 7 years since there's been any water in that establishment out there. Now they're full, and private property is opening their gates and welcoming people in that used to come there 7 years ago. Now, if you've been on that dam when it's full and gone up there on a boat to the Stewart River and the Boyne River Junction, there's campsites all along there, but now there's water lapping and they're going back there on private property and camping and enjoying what they did 7 years ago. So that's a major number cruncher there.
Yeah. Councillor Potter, sorry.
Yeah, no, you're right, Mr Mayor. Plus, as I said, earlier with regards to Yalakul, we actually cut our advertising budget. So, if people don't know about it, as they said before, we're relying on word of mouth. And that doesn't happen all the time. We shouldn't be relying on word of mouth. So I do believe that putting that budget in there for marketing again on Bundooma Dam is highly important as well.
I think we haven't really increased the budget for Bundooma. If one adjusts for the increase in the managed entitlements from last year and then take off the electricity, it pretty well comes in level with what we're spending at the moment.
Yeah, with that, with that electricity being taken and all that, it's still a cost incurred to the organisation. I guess, and I ain't anywhere near an accountant, but I can understand roughly. But it gives you a little bit of a false sense of security. In fact, that's a cost that's incurred, and it's been transferred into another section of council. But it still should reflect somehow on our running costs, and that when it gets back into that commercialisation and all that sort of stuff, like the Mayor said, that electricity needs to stay there as a true and accurate representation of the revenue and expenses. So,
Councillor Jones makes a really good point, Manager Finance. My preference would have been to see as many costs attributed to these entities, these operations as possible. I've of the view that electricity should stay where they are with the two dams because it's specific to that. It's a revenue generating asset. It's different to our other electricity bills that we have for buildings like this one. What does council think? Is that some guidance you'd like to give to finance to put the electricity back?
I just say that, and I can go back to the previous term. We had conversations when Greg was here and I asked the question and we weren't getting, Greg and them were operating exactly how they were supposed to and they were instructed to and all that, but we were getting figures that weren't true and correct, like didn't give a true and correct impression of the income statement and the revenue and the expenditure and all that sort of stuff. So we got caught out a couple of times, or at least once, with what we were expecting, and it wasn't a true representation of costs and all that attributed to the dam. So we were spending money that we didn't have at one stage in the budget, but it was rectified. And I personally, if we're going to go down and commercialise these dams, I think that why do we shift it out this budget and then look at taking it back out of wherever we've taken it across to and going to put it back into where we're going?
Yeah, it's a really good point, isn't it? Councillor Potter?
Yeah, Mr Mayor, look, same as with BP Dam, how we've taken out, there's a whole heap of sections there, including gas and things like that. So, your permits, your fire and electrical safety, your gas, electricity, and also your fleet parts. So I do believe that everything that we've taken out should possibly be put back in as a true representation of
Well, yeah, absolutely. And can we start by today, Kerry, putting the electricity's budget back in for BP Dam and for Bundooma Dam as per last year's budget? And then we'll have to do an adjustment over in properties accordingly?
Yeah, no, that's fine, Mr Mayor.
Gas?
Yeah, yep.
Actually, Mr Mayor, should we be doing that to the sale yards as well?
I believe we should. All three of those entities, I believe we are trying to move to a situation where they're not funded by the ratepayers. So I think, as Councillor Jones said, if we're going to be moving through a review of commercialising over the next 1 to 2 years, the more data we can track accurately now is going to better inform those decisions.
Yep.
And look, I'm just conscious of time here too. There's a lot of work to do on this community's budget. I think we were very aspirational, expecting we were going to get through the biggest budget in council in one half-day session. And there's some movements to be made. I'm actually going to suggest that we continue to work through this as best we can, but that we reschedule this meeting to come back and address the rest of the items. My apologies, Leanne, from 12 o'clock today, because there's a lot to cover here. And I think, Kerry, you needed some time to make some adjustments to some of these things and bring these dam budgets back with those true costs allocated, which will then affect the properties budget, and that we revisit it having done that. So happy to work through until 12 o'clock, but I would be suggesting that we do that. Is anyone concerned with that? So, no, I was suggesting that we close the meeting at 12 and that we schedule another budget committee meeting. At some stage, we book another one in to have another look at the dams, move electricity and gas back to where it should be with the dams and the sale yards, come back and revisit this. There's a lot more to work through here yet with cemeteries, rural services, NRM. We've got to work through all buildings and properties yet. There's a fair bit to cover. There's probably another half a day's work at least left here. You comfortable if we do that? So however we work through this until 12, then we wrap up and we'll come back and revisit it. And that'll give you, Kerry, an opportunity to go back and move some of those budgets up to where council would like to see them in relation to the sale yards and the 2 dams. And bring back a new proposal, with those changes. Thank you. Okay, well, we'll keep going then.
Mr Mayor, do you want to adjust the revenue projection for next year at that $650,000? Is that what you were saying before?
Yeah, I think...
Back to the 735?
No, I think that your revenue projection there, I'm comfortable with that, to be honest, because I think we're going to be doing well to get 800 this year. And if we would expect a 20% reduction, that's going to bring that back probably down to around mid 640, 650.
Yeah, which is...
I think I think you're pretty spot on.
Did I get that right, Mr Mayor?
You got that one right. You've
sorry.
done a very good job, Manager Mark, on that one.
But does that include the predictions for the Easter? Have you allowed for that?
Well, yes, it does. My calculations do, Councillor Duff, yes. My calculations are that the 650 is spot on, assuming a 20% reduction next year based on the fact that we're not going to have that post-COVID influx of people that we had in this last year.
Just to make Councillor Duff feel a bit more at ease, Mr Mayor, the 15,000 will put us up over that 700,000 in revenue because it'll increase the people going to the dam, so the 15,000 advertising will be well spent. See how we go.
Yeah, we'll look forward to that. We'll keep our fingers crossed. But yes, I think happy to leave that where it is. Thank you, Manager.
Can I go into the costs, Mr Mayor? Are you happy if I'd...
I'll be happy with the Boondooma costs at this stage because we do have to adjust them. Can we leave them with Kerry and Manager to work through in terms of realigning some of those budgets, and then we can come back to those?
Sure.
So I think we might just skip right through now and move to the next area, which is...
If you want the dams to come back, should we not just run through them and make sure that any changes that we make rather than having...
Yeah, sure. Yep. Okay. No, that's a good point. Happy to do that. Yes, over to you, Manager Mark. Expenses
Mr.
for
Mayor.
Boondooma. Thank you.
So again, we've done an analysis of the material costs, mainly material costs for Boondooma. And again, consolidating all of the different line items for materials for Boondooma in this line here. There's been no change to the budget, but it's really just explaining where the costs are going. So, for example, consumables at Boondooma are all of your what they call dispatch stock, which is stores items for cleaning materials, cloths, chemicals, that sort of thing. We had a small plumbing cost in there. Loose plant is just what it is, and fuel costs are obviously the Bowser supplies for the Bowser out there. We're going to review that too and perhaps provide diesel, which might improve turnover, but we do have a profit margin which we're trying to fix. We're going to review our pricing for fuel and make more money on fuel effectively by looking at, say, the RACQ average price in the region and pitching it at that, less so than having a standard markup on cost of fuel. So utilities for gas, that's your LPG cylinders. We have fire and safety, which is wards and chub costs for those particular facilities. So in effect, as you can see there, there's very little change to the budget as you identified, Mr Mayor, but I was just doing a straight dissection to give Council, and particularly Councillor Shoemaker, some more information as she was asking on those material costs by line items. So...
you've just juggled it all around, but if the year to date was 6,000 for materials and you're asking for 20, so if you put that somewhere else, is that...
Can I answer? Yeah, just So that's a coding issue again, councillor. So there's a number of other items as you roll down the green column that are coded, but we've just grouped the budget. So from my calculations, there is no real increase to the Boondooma expenses budget because of the distribution of those coding,
Fair
those
enough.
expense codes.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mark, just on the gas, you've got Mergen Mitre 10, is that Mergen Hardware? Is that delivered in like 40 kilo bottles or what, how's that, and where's that, what is that? Like, is there a possibility there for a gas, bulk gas?
It's bulk gas. It comes in a big tanker and it fills up the big gas cylinders. No, they don't. It's our gas or whatever the company is that comes out of Toowoomba. They deliver it both. So we've just actually, the new amenity blocks that were built at BP Dam, for instance, they were the 45 kg ones. They're also going to be changed over to your big bulk gas ones where they only get delivered by L-Gas every couple of months. So, and the reasoning behind that is as well, they have actually a reader on them, so you can actually tell how much gas is left or isn't left. So that's how it formulates how much gas they need to bring. But so a lot of those ones would be from our parks and gardens staff that maintain some of those areas, and them going in and getting.
We really haven't done a significant change to the budget for Boondooma. So as you can see, for this category of costs here, we're looking at spending, say, $13,000. We're still only budgeting 11. And up above, we look like spending extrapolated 80,000, and we've got 85. So that covers all of those other costs on those different lines. So there's minimal change. No.
So just so I know, so the parks and gardens go out and they do all the mowing at BP and Boondooma Dam. That's not included in the contractors.
They do. There is minor mowing done by the dam managers around some of the camping areas when, say, the campers move. Minor mowing, but by and large, it's all done by council's Proston crew, both dams.
Both dams.
Yep.
Boondooma Dam manages the Lighthouse area. Parks and gardens space areas. That's the same. Our sites are owned by around the Oneway area. It's mainly open space areas. Even behind that is some caravans moving tomorrow. There is a designated space that managers do maintain. Is a small space in a open space area. That's the our parks and gardens place. And the other build all that big entrance doorway in, and all the grass area
Thank you. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Thanks, Manager. Any further questions in relation to the Boondooma materials expenses items there?
Yeah, I'm going on internal plant charges. So the year to date was 35,000. Now we're asking for 45.
That 35 is only a up-to-date figure right now. So we've already gone over this year's budget, and we're asking for another 15 to cover mowing costs, mowing and plant costs for that facility.
It would seem that that's going to come in close to 50,000 by the time we get to the end of June.
Yep.
So it would, and there's a fair bit of grass to mow, so I would have thought that 45 is a reasonable budget.
You will note that, so really, if you look at materials generally, or that whole group of numbers from, say, materials there, right down to this line here, and the Mayor may confirm this, that 379,000 extrapolated up to June 30 is, in my estimation, 505,000. That's why we've got a similar. That's why that budget's pitched at that. It's still no different to last year in actual fact. So
I'm just through Mr. Mayor, just wanted to know with the removal of waste, the skip bins, is that something that we do internally, or is that JJ Richards, or who does that? JJ's. So we pay them, and then sorry.
Out there, it's JJ's, yes.
At
BP, it's internal, and we're charged that internally.
So then the electrical and plumbing services, the contractors, is that just for when they come out and just because something goes wrong, fix a light? So that's 55,000 to fix.
Yep. So that's for JJ Richards and for contractors, tradesmen to come in and do repairs as required to the cabins, primarily, I'd imagine, and other parts of the facility.
That seems like how much of that would be the skip bins and how much would be just?
I'd have to collate that information for you, Councillor Duff.
Seems to be a significant amount of money.
We might just flag that one, Manager, to bring that one back when we have a deeper look at this next meeting. Yeah.
There is possibility that some of that contractor money may be Manager Mark from some of those capital works program, work for Queensland sort of ones. So it might be able to be reduced.
And that analysis will tell us that.
Yeah, so we can flag that one and bring a report back on that, Councillor Duff, to the to the next meeting.
Thank you.
Is that Boondooma? Are you happy with Boondooma at this point?
I think so, Manager. Yeah, thank you. You happy? We'll move through to rural services.
So, with rural services, we have very little income, and it's really just some sale of meat baits, so that's that, and the RMPC contract, which is the roadside spraying. We've increased that from the current year because we were able to negotiate some additional administrative costs to meet to incorporate in the contract. It is very low. And we had this conversation on Monday, and we are following up as to the status of that roadside spraying contract, but it has been reduced or slowed down because of wet weather and other things like that. So we need to just follow that through. But look, even if we didn't get to this year's figures, it will go full bang next year into a normal contract because it's a contract. We are expected to deliver that amount of work in the 12-month period, Mr. Mayor. If we don't do the work, we don't incur the cost. So it's a recovery one. You happy with that? Yep.
So is it, sorry,
That's just a balancing. It's in and out offset. Yeah.
Yep.
that's the main road stuff?
Yep.
Yep, thank you.
So we have revenue coming in for the Feral Pest Grant Round 6. So that's the figure there you see. And that's funded, obviously funding, and the costs are incorporated into our expenses area for that, and that's reported to you each month with the council meeting. So similarly to the other ones, I have done a dissection of rural services. And again, it's, as we all know, it's a bit deceiving by having all the different line items with materials, and we have actuals with no budget and vice versa. So that's a summary of that. And if I could look at this line here, summarising all of the material costs generally, we look like spending 10,000 this year. We had a budget of 30, so I've actually reduced that by 10,000. Now, I think that's fair and reasonable. I know we only spent 10 last year, but rural services, we funded the bats and we funded the magpies out of there this year. So those one-off costs, you need money to incorporate those one-off projects, and obviously to take more away might impact on other activities with weed management. It's a legislated thing. You can't just rip money out of that particular space. So you'll note that general operations, we've spent 78,000 to the year to date. We expect to spend about 100, and the budget was 60.
Sorry,
Now-
just wondering what precepts is.
That's the precept we paid to the Department of Environment, I think it's called. That's Council's annual NRM precept, which goes into research and development for weeds, pests, and that goes to the state government to fund that whole enterprise. Once upon a time, we used to get that money back over time, but they took it off us. So that makes sense, Councillor Duff?
Thank you, yes.
So with general operations, what we did there was we had a budget last year of $60,000. This year I'm asking for less there because unfortunately a lot of our costs for poisons or herbicides and various things were charged to the wrong line. So that reduction has been moved to another line, and that's just to say that we charge it to the right area, and then we can just report on the cost of poison for you. Makes it a lot easier. General maintenance is a very minor impact. So really, again, we do talk about what happens in rural services and where our money goes. Again, this is only materials. So materials itself, it's only $6,900 in that dissection, so it's not a huge thing, but you can see the summary of the cost there for materials, which is basically that amount there. Does that make sense to everyone? Yep. And then there's general operations. So that's the bigger cost centre. So that was this amount here for general operations. And as you can see, the poisons were really booked to the wrong area. So we've moved that budget to another line, but we still pay wild dog scalps and other milestone payments for grant funding. And then general maintenance is such a minor figure, it's probably not worth really looking at in any detail. So that was really just a way of giving you a bit of an idea on material costs for rural services. And then sorry?
Sorry, just on subscriptions membership, there was year-to-date 71 and there's 10,000 budgeted for.
Are you looking at, sorry?
That's back on the main sheet, back to the
This one?
spreadsheet, yes. Yeah, scroll down there,
And then
Manager.
also subscriptions is 10.
It's got the Healthy Land and Water Contribution Membership.
That one? Yep.
Yeah.
So now I'm asking about the subscriptions membership and registrations.
Yep. Well, we're not changing the budget there. That's a period to date cost, that $71. So I presume, without knowing for sure, that cost might come in yet.
Okay, so then what about printing, postage and stationery? Year-to-date is $555 and you're asking for $5,000.
Yeah. We've reduced it from last year down to 5, but that printing, postage and stationery is really about printing a lot of the handouts and leaflets that go out with the rate notice, for example, on pest and weed initiatives and various things like that. So wild dog baiting, we print them off and we distribute those, either do a letter drop box type thing or we include them in the rate notice, and there's those glossy brochures about what groundsel looks like or what a wild dog looks like or that sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm happy with that, but we've been doing that. 5, why do we need 5,000?
Well, we've reduced it by 2, and it's possible that in this particular year we didn't do as much as we normally would. So, yep.
Isn't there a wild pig baiting one as well?
Over Councillor Henson. Yeah.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, just on that dog bounty, wild dog bounty, how is that set? When is that set? Like, where does that come from?
Yeah, that's set by council resolution. I think it's something we could address in the fees and charges. I don't know if it is.
What's a scalp worth at the moment?
40.
What's a scalp worth at the moment in South Burnett?
Currently, South Burnett Council bounty for a wild dog is $30. Yeah, that's a conversation we can have later, of course, but many other councils are way above that.
We may need to do a budget revision here to increase that, as Councillor Henson's saying, if we're going to really attack this wild dog issue seriously. That, I think, Manager, you had about 14 or 15,000 there for payments, didn't you? So we might have to address that when we do our fees and charges, and then change the budget here to reflect that.
So just on that, I'd love to see, and I think we need something we should take through to the local government association, is it should be a standard across the whole of all local governments, because otherwise people are cross trading. If we're not paying enough, they just go into Chinchilla or somewhere.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think if we can, General Manager, note that really needs to come to a standing committee meeting to consider before the end of June, and we adopt the budget. We need to consider, is that $30 per scalp sufficient? And if it's not, we need to adjust the budget to reflect that if we want to make that a priority. Can we do that? Put that on notice? Thank you. It's a really good point, yeah. Does anyone have any concerns with what's in that? I'm quite comfortable. Other councillors, concerns with anything that's in the rural services budget? It's pretty well holding its own with last year. We haven't seen an increase there as such, other than probably a small CPI at this stage. Year to date, in areas like biosecurity, spraying and weeds for contractors, looks as though we will spend our budget well and truly by 30 June, I would suggest.
So,
my calculations.
Through you, Mr Mayor, we did talk about, and Councillor Henson and I both talked about the fact that we could look, once we did a biosecurity plan, we could look at reducing that. We could probably use local contractors as opposed to, I think we're using contractors from out of town, out of our region, like looking at that, drilling down and seeing if we can make some savings on that one.
Probably an area, another area we can set aside for a separate matter to discuss, as to look at, okay, well, what are we doing with spraying and weed control? How do we want to do that? The 470,000 we've allocated, is that enough, too much, not enough? We need to address this issue in a separate discussion. GM, can we put that down for a standing committee discussion before the end of June in relation to how we're operating that spraying and restricted weed control, if we can?
Yeah, could we also just make note in that of just what chemicals we actually use for that?
Because I agree, because through Mr Mayor, the contract, we're going up from the year-to-date actuals is 318,000 and we're asking for 470. That's a significant lift.
Well, no, but we're going to spend, if we keep spraying the way we have been, and I think we probably haven't done some spraying because of the wet, we're going to hit the 470,000 this financial year, Councillor Duff. Yeah, that's only after 8 months.
I said last budget.
But that's not to say that the way we're doing it and the chemicals we're using is right. We might have to do a proper review of this and look at, do we need less, more? Do we need to do it differently? Because it's a really important issue for our region.
Happy to review it, but I'll fight strong and hard to keep that same amount of money in there.
I just think, and Councillor Henson and I have had this conversation, we could do it a lot more efficiently.
We can get better outcomes and do it more efficiently. I think we'd all be on board with that, as long as we don't compromise the weed management program. So, Councillor
Yeah,
Henson.
and again, chemical is, like fertiliser, has typical. I mean, a 20-litre drum of Roundup was $140. We're now looking at $300 to $360 for Roundup. That's just one chemical. That being said, yeah, of course there's a lot of work in this space, and I made mention only a week or two ago in budgetary talks in relation to the likes of a tractor with front linkage on it that could incorporate a front slasher, that could incorporate a front spray tank on the front of it, that could do two jobs at once. So there's a lot of work in this space that we can talk about, that's for sure, but it's all budgetary requirements and dollars. So, yeah, I'd be wary of. It's just another space we need to look at, for sure.
Yeah, I think everyone's making some good points here. Councillor Duff, obviously, if there's efficiencies we can find and reduce our costs and get better outcomes, I'm of the view that $470,000 is a lot of money, and if we can reduce that budget, that would be great. But the other side of the coin is that we also have got a growing weed infestation problem, as Councillor Henson often talks about, across our region. So for me, it's about getting better outcomes and making sure that we're getting value for money in what we're doing. So I think everyone's keen to welcome the review, and it's an important step forward.
For sure, and I think just throw in there with, the outbreak of Parthenium down in the Bayou area, that's, something that we haven't had to deal with in previous years and going to be a cost.
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely. But they were talking about the disaster. They were talking about including weeds as something we can apply for funding on the back of the floods. The weeds were included, and also, community facilities. That's bringing in the rail trail stuff, but there was definitely a bucket of money for weeds.
So, GM, if we could, as part of that report to come back on spraying and weed control, can we look at external sources of funding as being included in that report? So that council consider where else can we get access from. This is a classic case of cost shifting by state government. Let's not, let's call it for what it is. That's exactly what this is. We are charged with the responsibility for maintaining weeds across the region, which has a negative impact on agricultural production. It should be dealt with by the State Department, and they should be funding us to do that work. So I think if there's any external sources of funding, we should be pushing for them, and we should also be raising this issue with our local member and with the minister to say that this is an emerging issue, and if you're fair dinkum about agriculture in the South Bennett, you need to support us financially with weed control.
Absolutely.
Are we happy with rural services to wrap that up? Okay, thank you, Manager Mark. Thanks everybody. I'm going to now move that we close the meeting. I'll move to close the meeting. Sorry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I've just sent the resolution through to Bree. So we would actually adjourn this meeting. So we adjourn this meeting, and then we can start on. Do you want to pull up? Then we would pull up the. Then we would just resume at a date and time set. So we really need to actually adjourn. We need to set the date that we are going to resume. So
all right, very good. So you've set up. You're doing a very good job in sitting in the CEO's chair, General Manager. So we'll need to adjourn. We'll need to set a date, and that way we can leave item 6.2 flow through to the adjourned meeting. Have you got a proposed date there?
So yeah, I was suggesting Monday the 11th. So next week we've got We've got a budget meeting on Monday. We've got the standing committee. We've got infrastructure next week. So I was probably looking at the afternoon of Monday the 11th. We have got our budget workshop in the morning.
And General Manager, what's the budget workshop on the morning?
It's water, wastewater and waste. So it'll be a big day as well. So
in respect to that, Pete, like I said this before, like instead of going to water and wastewater on Monday, can we just put this one and just go down the track and just finalise this one? Like, you know what I mean? Like stay in the mindset of what we're talking about now rather than jumping across the water and then coming back to, if you know what I mean? Like I'm happy to work with whatever, but I just thought if we just slot this one into the next budget meeting on Monday and just rock on down and then find another date to fit in. Oh, yeah.
I can't imagine it would be problematic to reschedule Monday morning's budget workshop. So what about a resolution, as Councillor Jones is saying, that Monday the 4th of April, which is next Monday,
Can I suggest
Can we do that, Peter?
I would suggest that we push the this one back to the 11th. Next week, the general manager or acting general manager of infrastructure will be here next week, and then he'll be on leave the following week. So if we push the infrastructure ones out, you'll not have a GM. So I suggest
will
we
we
need to
have-
stick with the infrastructure
Right.
next week, and then do this one and push the water and wastewater one. You could push that water and wastewater budget workshop and join at 9 o'clock on the Monday the 11th.
Pete,
Resume.
the only thing we'd need to, I guess, whatever we move the water waste one to, we just have to make sure that our consultant who's doing the rates modelling will be available for that. So we would have to work in with him as to when he's available.
Well, could I suggest that we still have our workshop on Monday morning because we've got John Perry coming, and that we knock that over. Can we bring that back to a 2-hour workshop from 9 to 11? And then we move into the budget workshop from 11 till we take a half an hour break for lunch, and then we move into a budget workshop from 11:30 to 2:30, and that gives us 3 hours on this to wrap this up on Monday the 4th. Monday the 4th, next Monday. Infrastructure. So we do infrastructure in the morning, do we? The budget workshop for infrastructure. From 9 to 11, we have lunch from 11 to 11:30, and then we go into this one. We go into this one from 11:30 to 2:30 and then look to wrap up by afternoon tea. Well, it is only a workshop just to present us with the data. So, I mean, I'm comfortable with us probably committing more time to these committee meetings than to the workshops, which are really just a briefing and presentation, if everyone else is. And then can we do community grants? And how long does that take, General Manager?
Yeah, the community grants workshop, it can be pushed back later in the afternoon, and an hour may be fine for it.
So could we then break for afternoon tea and then do the community grants workshop from 3 to 4? Happy with that? Yep. Just want to get this locked in. I think Councillor Jones has got a good point. While we're fresh of mind on this, let's keep moving forward and get this one bedded down. So just move that, change that resolution, Bree, to Monday the 4th of April from at 11 a.m. 11:30, sorry, yeah. Happy with that? And then we'll readjust the diaries. We'll cut the workshop back from 9 to 11, have lunch from 11 to 11:30. We'll finish this budget committee meeting from 11:30 till 2:30, have a break, and then do the community grants from 3 to 4. Yes, thanks, Councillor Potter, but you can be back by 11:30 for the committee meeting, budget committee meeting, yep. And Mr General Manager, is that sufficient time in terms of, well, we're only adjourning, aren't we? So we're simply adjourning. Yeah, okay. All right, so do we have a mover that we adjourn, that the meeting stands adjourned to be resumed at 11:30 a.m. on Monday the 4th of April? A mover for that, Councillor Henson, seconded, Councillor Duff, those in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you all. Meeting now adjourned until Monday 11:30 a.m. Thanks for a good morning. Meeting, which is a resumption of the meeting that was held on Friday the 1st of April in relation to the community's draft budget. And I now move that we resume the meeting at 11:30 a.m. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Henson, those in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you all. Meeting duly resumed. And we're currently attending to item 6.2 on the agenda, which is the draft budget for general operations for communities. Now, committee, we did get through the detail of the general ledger on Friday to the point where we had dealt with the materials and services components of the budget through to rural services. And we were therefore up to, and I just haven't got page numbers, but we were up to, on the screen there, I believe, after rural services would come, I think it might be Parks and Gardens, I'll just check that. Yeah. Parks and Gardens. Parks and Gardens. Regional Parks and Gardens, 1101. Yeah, thank you. So we'll hand over to our finance manager, Kerry, who's here, and our manager, acting manager, Mark. Thank you for joining us to continue to work through that. The intention is to try and complete this entire process by 2 p.m. as there is another councils have another meeting at 2 in relation to community grants, and I think there's another KTP meeting after that. So 2 p.m. is the target, and I think there was appetite in the committee last Friday to then discuss the employee benefits, the salary and wages component in closed session. So I'm hoping that we can get this part done by 1 and leave at least an hour to go through salary and wages at the end. So over to you. Thanks, Acting Manager.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. So, councillors, Regional Parks and Gardens has a very limited level of income, so that is one that we don't need to probably spend any time on. Employee benefits, I think we're going to do more analysis on that one in due course, so that's been budgeted centrally, so I'm comfortable with that unless council have any questions. So I guess the next section is materials within the Parks and Gardens area, and there is a minor increase there to cover some material costs based on last year actuals, and I do have a dissection of that I can refer to or digress over to, Mr Mayor, if that's appropriate at this time.
I think we'll keep working through, and if councillors have questions, then we can bring that up. Thanks. Yep. And councillors, certainly please feel to pop your light on and interject at any stage. Thank you.
So now, councillors, the first one, I guess, to note is the increase of $40,000 that was from the workshop in the prior meeting, and one of the material costs that came to light was the cost of removing trees across the region. So we used to have a budget of about $20,000 for tree removal, and just off the top of my head, last year or in the current year, we have a progressive figure of $37,000 for tree removal. So why we're asking for that extra funding is to pick up on an item that was not previously budgeted. There's actual costs of $37,000 within that general maintenance line. Now, the reason we need allocated funds for trees is where we get either complaints or a report of a tree fallen or a tree that's dangerous or concerning to a resident, we send our arborists out and they do a tree report and they assess that tree. Now, not always do we take that tree down. If someone just doesn't like a tree, we don't touch it. But if there's a risk of that tree failing or it has rot or borers, that sort of thing, and the report supports the removal of that tree for safety, we will take it out and we pay a tree contractor for that. Generally those bigger trees. Smaller ones we take out ourselves. And a case in point is probably Proston, is a current issue there with the trees in Proston. We've discussed that one. So that's why we're asking for that additional money.
Through you, Mr Mayor, with regards to that tree removal, do we have a component in that part of the budget for tree replacement then? If we're removing a tree, I'd like to think that we're replacing that tree, whether it's there or somewhere close by.
Absolutely. Plants and trees are a constant cost to us for, rehabilitating and remediating a site particularly. Not always will we replace, if there's a massive gum tree on a footpath and it's overhanging someone's fence or yard, and we'll just take it down and mulch that area and make it good and not replace that tree. But generally, obviously, we're planting a lot of plants and trees through the year. rolling forward, internal plant hire, that's really just reflecting the internal plant charges for our mower fleet in parks and gardens. We are continuing to, that's the line, sorry councillors, that's the line, we have an increase of that $69,000 for the street scrubber, EcoVac trailer and the ute. So what we've done there is we've incorporated, council has had previous reports on the costs for those devices. That's picking up on that item. And you'll find we haven't increased labour. What we're going to do is we're going to find an existing person to operate that device, those cleaning devices across the region. So we haven't increased the budget for that. We're going to source an existing employee. We're currently calling for expressions of interest. That means we lose that person out of the crew, okay, but we gain them in the street scrubber process, okay? So we've tried to minimise the costs in the budget for that, which I think is fair and reasonable unless council has any other ideas, okay?
So
Or questions?
I just want to ask about the trailer and ute. So is that a additional cost? Because we've already got a huge fleet, so which would already be costed out. So are you allowing for another ute?
Well, it might be a ute that might have been taken out of the fleet, but we'll have to bring it either back into the fleet or have an additional ute for that purpose because there's no ute for that. So that ute is going to be specifically attributed to this equipment. So whether it's an existing ute that may have been pulled out of the fleet, or it's we hire a ute or we buy another ute to increase the numbers, it's got to be a ute to tow it all around.
But either way, your department's going to incur that cost.
Absolutely.
Because you'll have to pay fleet for that vehicle.
Correct.
Yeah. So even if that vehicle was to be found through savings in other areas, it would still have to be costed back to here.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah, that's that one. Sorry?
That's only just the lease. We're hiring that EcoVac and all that. That's not purchasing, that's just hire to trial.
At the moment, yes. But the view is that perhaps in the fleet budget for next year, subject to the hiring, in the meantime, up to June 30, council may decide to procure those items permanently. That's up to council. But for the moment, we're just hiring them.
So if we decide to purchase that through Mr Mayor, that would be taking some of our operational budget? No?
No, you would
Because-
increase your plant purchase budget to buy those devices.
So that would be a capital?
Yep. The current costs for hire are going to be absorbed in the current budget.
What you're seeing here, councillors, is the operational costs, which includes to run the ute and the trailer, as well as to actually operationalise the street scrubber and the EcoVac. So there will be costs for the department of 12 months, $62,000. Even if we own them, I'd expect we were going to have that level of cost. Yeah. The running costs, yeah.
Through you, Mr Mayor, it's essentially we're hiring it off our own internal fleet unit rather than an external party. So from a parks point of view, we're still hiring the machines. It's just who we hire them off.
Okay, just scrolling down. Expenses. So, sorry, councillors, that's all in parks and gardens that I've got. The only change is really that street scrubber device. The others are reasonably minimal. Plus, you got your tree costs. So that's the real change in parks and gardens.
So, sorry, just on the contractors, increased by 8K since the workshop. What was that one?
I'll just have to go back to that one. Oh. No, councillor. You had to bring that up, didn't you? Kerry, that 8,000, was that can you remember what that one was for?
I might just interject there, Kerry, and Mark,
Oh,
can we
sorry,
just,
Mr. Mayor.
no,
My
let's take that on notice.
Yeah.
Can you just flick an email out
Yeah.
later today?
Yeah.
Just clarifying what that is, that way we can keep moving on.
Sorry,
Yeah,
my
no,
apologies.
that's fine, there's a lot for you to cover, so
Yeah.
that's fine.
Sorry, so through you, Mr Mayor, is it all possible to clarify what all of that's for, that whole 202?
Yeah, if we can get an email out, just explaining the 202,000, that'd be great.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thanks, Mark. So we'll move through to public conveniences.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, so public conveniences. There's no significant change, councillors, other than some material cost increases for things like cleaning materials for public conveniences. We pay for them for the contractor, so there's minor changes, as you can see there. The big change probably is I can scroll down to contractors. So the change there is the new cleaning contract. So we've budgeted for the new cleaning contract to follow the recommendation. Council will be reviewing that decision next week in closed session. So simply that's that one, Mr Mayor, and that can change obviously based on council's consideration of that item in due course.
Yeah, so that's in response to that resolution of council to proceed with the tenders, and we'll see that come back to council for adoption or otherwise of those tender documents. Yeah, thanks, Mark.
Okay. Regional rest areas it's not a current business unit anymore. Okay, so cemeteries. So councillors, in my previous workshop, we did discuss fee increases for cemeteries, and I did indicate that we hadn't budgeted for it, but we've since increased the budget for cemetery fees because after further deliberation with the staff, and that will come back to council for further consideration, we envisage that there will be an increase in fees, and we did discuss it. We don't need to discuss it today, but the fees that we've changed will incur additional revenue for us, and we will elaborate on that once we bring those fees and charges, and we can discuss that in more detail if that suits council.
Yes, thank you very much, Mark. That'd be wonderful.
Okay.
And in terms of materials, there are no significant increases.
No.
I can see you're pretty well just holding the budget as is.
That's correct.
Yeah.
I would say, is it?
Just a slight increase there
Yes,
to some of the materials costs.
Yes, and some plant costs, Mr Mayor.
But your year-to-date sort of
Yes,
supports
that's
that, doesn't it?
reflecting that, yep. I think we do a pretty good service in that space, I have to say. So I think we need to support that with budgeting accordingly.
Yeah, probably one of those sacred areas where we don't want to tamper with that, do we? It's just so important that we do the cemeteries well. Yeah, thank you.
So regional rail corridors. Now, councillors, there's no change. I will say though that in the prior year we didn't budget for salaries, and we need to attribute those salaries, and that's spread across various services of council. So that's why you see a change there in salaries, but the other material costs are not significantly different. We do continue to work on that rail corridor, and our staff, park staff, take a lot of pride in that rail corridor. It's a huge public asset, so we maintain it, and we obviously need that budgeting to reflect that. But it's not an increase. It's just really reflecting the use of wages against that budget vote. Okay. Thank you. NRM Parks Administration. So minimal revenue, and really there's no change. I'm just going to scroll down. We do have some material costs. Now that, as you can see on that bottom line there, we've got 11,000 year to date. So we're just budgeting to reflect those material costs, to reflect actual costs across those various lines, but we've put them on the top line there. And some internal plant charges, which we've increased slightly, and the consultants. Now that 20,000 is really just to reflect the current efficiency review of Parks and Gardens, Mr Mayor, which we haven't budgeted for, or we're sort of starting to finish off some subsequent payments on that particular review, which I think will be quite useful.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just quickly, Mark, on wild animal baits, we have year-to-dates of 1387, original budget 5,000, and taking that back to 2, just some figures on some of my figures previously, with pet foods and with bait purchases, they're well over 2,000, heading towards $3,000 on my figures, and we're cutting that back. It's 271 fee wild animal baits.
That's a revenue item there, Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, so Councillor Anchem, that's revenue, and I suppose given that those baits can be pre-purchased from the rural suppliers, that's why we're not overestimating revenue on that side.
Yep, okay.
So council's happy with that. Materials, 15,000. We've spent 11 year to date, but obviously a key area of operations of council. Yeah, that consultant's 20,000, Manager.
Mr Mayor, the CEO's probably alerted me to that one. Last year we used consultants to do 2 parts. There was a efficient part of it, the efficiency review, but there was prior work when I got here that was carried over, and that's that Parks and Gardens plan that was presented to council in its draft form. That was funding that. So I'm saying we could probably take that 20,000 out. That's a saving. So
If we could do that, thanks, Kerry. Thank you.
And Wild Dog Syndicate councillors, that's really just an in and out funded type business unit. So there's no budgeting there. It's just money in for the Wild Dog Syndicates, trapping costs. They generate income and pay us back, and we pay them, and that just operates in its own right. So
That wraps you up, I think, Manager. Thank you. Yeah, for coming back in this morning. Are there any questions before we wrap up with the Manager? We will go to the salary and wages later in the meeting in closed session, so we might get you to stay here for that if you could. Thanks, Mark.
sure.
But we're comfortable with that. Probably only the one question I just want to wrap up with on this one is, did we go ahead and move the electricity, before we go to Leanne, did we move the electricity and the gas costs back into the dam budget in the ledger, Kerry?
Mr Mayor, we haven't physically done that yet. We have been gathering all the costs that will need to go in there so we can move them. I guess the good thing is that they're already within the budget figures somewhere, so it'll just be a moving between Leanne's area.
Just an
and
internal
there.
transfer, won't change the bottom line. When we get the final wrap up of the budget at the end of the process, we'll see that moved around. That'll be great. Thanks very much. Excellent. Okay. Well, thank you again, Mark. That's great. And I think, Leanne, it's your chair to take the hot seat. Your turn to come up into the hot seat. Thank you. Thanks, Mark. So we're just going to get the ledger up on screen. Committee for Property, for the Properties Department, led by Manager Leanne, and the first area will be Property Administration. And I'll just get going, Leanne, and you can get that up shortly. So you will see there the first item is the $300,000 worth of revenue, which, Kerry, is the $300,000 that we're proposing we could bring into properties to fund renewals from Works for Queensland renewal activities across buildings inside the Properties Department. General Manager, are you comfortable with that figure at this stage in terms of our capacity to do that amount of renewal work in that 12 months?
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. So this is something we definitely did want to talk to council about. As you know, last year we had $100,000 that of Works for Queensland we put towards the operational maintenance. We also had council funds that we were using for operational maintenance. So this year we are proposing a further 200, so doing 300,000 under the operational maintenance, and it's certainly not an issue of completing the works. There's certainly enough that we can do under that operational maintenance. It's just that we're funding it out of the Works for Queensland, so effectively moving that into the operational costs where previously it would be just coming out of council's funded depreciation. So just trying to save some of that funded depreciation.
And so that'll enable us to use external funds to fund some of that depreciation works and get some better outcomes in terms of that building renewals manager. Yeah, thank you. Okay, well thanks very much, GM. We'll go back to you now. Leanne, thank you.
Okay, so just picking up from there with the revenue, just checking, yep, I'm on the right. Come back to salaries as described. Just looking at materials here.
What's that for, Councillor Duff? Oh yeah, so Councillor Duff, the journaled amounts of depreciation would only be after 8 months. So that's 8 months. Yeah, so that's 8 months worth, whereas the 12 months worth will be the 3.5 million. Yeah. That gets journaled monthly, I believe, Kerry, does it? Yeah.
All right, so just going on to the materials in property, just to recap, we just got to remember that we actually budget all of our operational funding for maintenance in this business unit. So you'll see some large budgeted amounts, and we have got some supporting documentation to show you the breakdown, just to give you the clarification. So what we're just noting there on that material line there, we no longer budget and put our expenses in that material line item there. So you'll see that we're not actually asking for any budget there, that $100,000. So that comes out, but you'll see that probably later on. You'll see the electricity there. So thank you everyone for bringing the electricity over to property. And you can see that the relevant amount, I hope finance has calculated that correctly, and we'll have all the electricity costs all into one unit. And you know, it would be a good idea. Yep, we'll be looking at that as we move forward, because there's a number of facilities that we have that's got solar, and whether or not in future we need to see more facilities with solar panels, so we can look at reducing some of those operational costs.
Sorry to interrupt, but through you, Mr Mayor, that was going to be one of my questions actually. I thought about the operational plan afterwards and whether we should note something in the operational plan about looking at facilities and their energy use, and you know, just a collaborative approach over the next 12 months to consider some of those options to look at more renewable forms of energy like solar.
Just note that, Mr. Ciotta, to bring that forward into the draft op plan for properties, that'd be great. Thank you. Or for community, sorry. Yeah, thank you.
Just with pest control across all of our facilities, we have a budget amount there of last year and a small increase this year of 1,370. Our pest control, as you can appreciate, has been down a little bit this year with the wet season. As you're all aware, you certainly can't treat termites and spiders and insects during the wet, but what we are seeing is an increase in termite movement currently. So we have got some extra pest control services occurring right now, so we anticipate that we will hit our budget amount. So, yeah, we're asking for the same, sort of a very similar amount as last year. And as you can appreciate, we have got some very high termite activities throughout the South Burnett through Wondai and Kingaroy. We've got a lot of pest control devices in place where we're monitoring the termite coming forward closer to some of our important buildings like the Wondai Heritage Facility, the Mergen office with all the termites that we've had there. So very important for that to continue. The fire and electricity safety, these are statutory requirements for our facilities for the protection of our community and staff. It's not a figure that we have played with. We've just asked for the same amount as previously budgeted. The sale expenses here, this $15,000, councillors, it's actually probably not in the right business unit, so we have actually moved that to the land development business unit, which you'll see after this one. The cleaning contracts, we have increased the cleaning contracts by CPI and a little bit extra for some additional materials in our cleaning contracts. These contracts are locked in with contract providers, cleaning providers. So they're pretty much set. And I have a supporting spreadsheet just to show you how that works. You'll see that here is a spreadsheet. It shows us what the annual contract amount was last year and what we're anticipating this next year. So you see that for Kingaroy cleaning, Maidenwell cleaning, the Nango Energy Centre, Blackbutt, Proston Hall, and you can see that total there. So we just watched that through the managing the contract. Sorry. No, not
Are your lights on?
Oh, no.
Okay, well then, just curious now, if, I know a while ago we've called out cleaners on the weekends and things like that, whether it be things that, whether parks and gardens or down our streets. Does that fall under you as well when we have to call out the specialist cleans?
It does not fall under this budget item, no. The special cleans that we would have is only in our building. So if we have someone that has an accident or a sick person, particularly in our libraries, there may be a sick child that may vomit in the kiddie area, well then we have a special clean. So that's what our special cleans would be for in the cleaning contracts. Yep, and you've got the additional COVID cleaning that's occurring. Property maintenance bucket or maintenance budget, we have a operational budget there of the $380,000 plus the $100,000 or $380,000. You can see our actuals are above that at $456,000. We'd like to talk to council about increasing that budget amount, and also I'd like to explain in the other business units that we have in swimming pools, and that will come later on, we are no longer individually budgeting at each swimming pool or at each actual facility. What we do is we budget here and the expenses are actually costed to the asset. So to each individual swimming pool, each individual facility. It's to tidy up the ledger. What we've identified in swimming pools that there's approximately $90,000 worth of materials and costs sitting over in all the individual swimming pools. We've calculated that and moved it back into here. Does that explain that in that? Yeah, so that's why that's sitting like that. And the $200,000 there, that's the extra $200,000 that we're asking for and anticipating hopefully that you would fund that through your Works for Queensland money to provide us with with a total of $300,000 for maintenance. Does that make sense? Can people see that?
Yes, thanks, Leah.
The security cost, this is for our security firms to monitor our security system. You've got a budget allocation there at the moment of $45,000. We're tracking at $22,000 expenditure. Our draft budget is 37. You'll see there in my notes that as a result of the new security system that you've installed, we have actually received a reduced number of call-outs. So having new swipe systems and new card readers, it's really improved our security system. So that's been a great outcome. We were anticipating reducing our budget by $15,000 because of that install and that improvement. However, Council, you have installed 42 new cameras, CCTV cameras. To service those cameras, we have received a quotation of $6,840 per annum to service those cameras. So we have put that cost back up into this budget line. So therefore, not providing the full $15,000 saving, but we are providing a small savings there.
So I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to quickly just recap on that big figure, that 580,000. Is it? Did you allow for the 300,000 allocation for Works for Queensland in that figure, or is that over and above that?
Yep, we have allowed for that.
That's taking into consideration that we've put 300,000 in from Works for Queensland. You still need 580,000. Sorry.
Yeah. So what that means is the total spend would be 580,000,
Yeah.
of which 300,000 comes from Works for Queensland. So 280,000 comes out of council's
So
budget.
you've only got to have, okay.
Yep. If you do not fund the 300,000 from Works for Queensland, then we're going to have to ask for that. Yeah. Not there, but yeah. All right, so furniture and small equipment, councillors, we had a budget of 10,000. We spent 24,000 this financial year. That is also a result of COVID. We've had a number of small offices and outreach offices, I suppose we would call them, where we needed to put additional desks and chairs in place so we could spread out our workforce to reduce the impact of COVID. So that's why you've seen that increase there this year. We're anticipating that won't happen. Obviously, we've got those desks and chairs. There is no renovation projects in the capital works budget, proposed capital works budget moving forward for next year. So we've reduced the furniture budget by $5,000. The sanitary bin service, it's a contract amount. It is in a contract that we've awarded, so that contract amount is $38,000. There's no provision there for CPI, so we've retained that amount. Subscriptions and memberships, the $3,000 there, we have suggested that we move that over to the land development budget because that's where we actually pay for that subscription, and it's a subscription to Price Finder, so our staff can use that tool to actually do valuations and determine some valuation prices on land. Internal plant hire, plant charges. You can see here, councillors, previously we reduced our plant by one in the property team, and what we're doing is our 4 officers are actually using the carpool. So if there's a car available, we book that car out, and that allows our staff to do the monthly water sampling from all the swimming pools, which is only over that 7-month period, attend lease meetings, building and contractors inspections. So this is Tony Jakes, the building asset officer. He still needs to get to site at different times of the week. So you'll see those charges there. So that's the true cost at the moment is $86,000, and we've got 3 months remaining. So we need to probably budget $90,000 to cover our plant hire for the future. Yep. Contractors. Oh, this is the interesting item. Councillors, we have, in the past, last year, we had a budget item of $150,000. You're seeing that it's sitting at 16. That's because we have actually got some of those costs over in land development. So I either need to move the costs back here or move the budget. The asbestos report that we are undertaking for our buildings was over the $150,000, the quotation or the price that came back. So what we've had to do is go back and revisit that project and break the buildings down into what we're calling stages, so high priority buildings, medium priority and low priority buildings. Our high priority buildings will go ahead this financial year, so we're anticipating that we will spend that initial, I think it was $60,000, but we are looking for $50,000 for next financial year to do our stage 2 buildings. And that's a legislative requirement, so it's quite important that we do that bit. There's some other projects there that I have listed that we would like council to consider going forward. I'll just read them out. We certainly have a request from the PCYC to look at a gym expansion, so we need to work with the PCYC and do some engineering drawings, but then that project may not necessarily be council's capital project. It's probably a project that we work with the PCYC to get some joint funding to actually do the construction work, but so therefore I can't put this project over into capital works because we're probably not going to capitalise those design works. So that's why it's come across here in the operational budget for your consideration. The concept plan for Blackbutt Railhead, $30,000. This is very important for us to move forward in determining some of the lease areas and the expansion of lease areas down there at the railhead. And just clarify where, you know, if we continue to expand, where do we put car parking and a few things. So that would be a good project to get that sorted. Investigation electrical drawing for new fans at Wondai Town Hall. Once again, this is a project that has been brought to our attention through SBRC and some other community groups that the fans are no longer working. Once again, it could be a project that we work jointly with the community. So we're asking for some small funds there. I think we did ask for funds there. The museum curator and for the 5 museums, this was a quotated amount from Queensland Museums of $50,000 to have a museum curator go into the museums, do a site visit and provide us with a report on how to improve our displays and ensure that we're meeting workplace health and safety and we've got the right content and the information. Swimming pool safety audit, this is something that we try to do every second year, not annually, but every second year. This is the item that probably keeps us ensuring that we're addressing our safety requirements within the pools, and we have a corrective action plan in place, so we're meeting our targets in making the pools safe for the community to use. And now they have a swimming pool signage safety audit that goes with that as well, which is an additional $16,500. So those 2 swimming pool audits are of a high importance to us as well, to ensure that we meet our pool safety requirements. So did council want me to adjust any of them, or you're happy for that?
That's a significant rise. So the consultants are 16,000 was the actuals, up to now the draft budget's 219,000. That's a massive increase.
Yeah, but she just went through everything.
Yeah, but that all that figure there doesn't add up to 219,000.
Sorry. The only item there is missing a financial amount for the investigation of electrical drawings for the new fans. I would suggest that may have been $10,000 if I recall. I'd have to just double check, which would bring it really, my figures would say it would bring it back up to $189,300 if that's correct. Yep. So I'm just... So I'll just change it to the correct amount in the draft budget allocation there, if that's right, Mr Mayor, of 189.
Which now brings in the fans, which is 30,000.
Yep.
Is it for the Wondai Town Hall?
Yes, and I'll put that up in the comments, and then it's all true and correct. And then are you happy to leave that, or do you any further questions?
What's the draft budget figure then?
For that line item would be 189,000.
No, that's good. I'm happy.
Sorry.
That looks fine, Leanne. We'll fix that up and we'll keep moving on. Thank you.
Mayor, excuse me, the Kingaroy Town Hall air conditioning is missing.
Oh,
Investigation drawings for air conditioning Kingaroy Town Hall. You had 30,000 in the budget for that.
Oh, that's the other 30,000. Kingaroy Town Hall.
so it's missing in there, but I haven't mentioned it in there. I suppose the only thing is we were thinking that maybe that needs to move to CapEx. Yeah, it is a project, councillors, that we'd like to look at is the Kingaroy Town Hall air conditioning, whether or not the plans can move to CapEx. And then if we were to go ahead with that project, then it would be a capital, then we'd be able to capitalise that planning.
Can I, through you, Mr Mayor, with regard to the Kingaroy Town Hall, I thought we'd had discussions about air conditioning that hall, and you'd lose the whole aspect and the beauty of the Kingaroy Town Hall. There was talk of just putting in those big fans like they have at the sporting grounds, and if you put them above the lights, it wouldn't affect any of the atmosphere of the buildings.
Yep.
If the beam structures were strong enough to hold.
Yep. I'm happy to have a conversation maybe later and just give you an update on some investigations that we've had because, we've got some improvements and some other options. So we'd like to discuss that with you later on.
We might just flag that as a cooling upgrade in our CapEx then, Leanne,
Sure.
which could be possibly fans or another option.
Okay.
A cooling upgrade. And so you'd put that 30,000 then into CapEx.
Yes.
Yeah. With an expectation that council would give that serious consideration.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. With the contractors' budget, I've had a look at this just to see what those costs are, that 30,200. When you drill down in this unit, this is a lot of skip bins for our facilities. So across the entire Shire, we have a lot of, not just skip bins, wheelie bins that are providing a service to all of our facilities. So that cost to empty those bins is sitting at 30,200 at the moment. We would suggest we keep it around $40,000 to continue to service bin collection for our facilities. Land development. So our income here, that property investment properties, that was some rental that we were hoping to achieve last financial year. We didn't enter into any sort of investment proposals there. So we'll just leave that one out this financial year. The property leases are on target. You can see that we budgeted 60,000. We're at 62,000. So we've increased their budget there by 5,000 and got that up to $65,000. Employment costs will come back to. Materials. The valuation fees here. This $17,000, if I recall correctly, this is where some of the costs have gone for the Pound Street project that we worked on this financial year. So that's why that's sitting up there. That probably should have gone across to that original consultancy fee in the previous budget line item. So we need to bring the budget over here or move these expenses. But we would suggest that we need to continue with approximately $6,000 per annum so we can continue to get valuations on properties that you choose to sell. Property sale expenses, I Over in the previous budget item, the business unit previously, we had a budget there of $15,000 for property sale expenses. We've decided that it would be a good idea to just move $10,000 of that here, so we can prepare land for sale. So that might be as simple as go out and mow the parcel of land so we can present it for sale. But it also may mean that we may need to do some earthworks or some minor works on that parcel of land, or some drawings or concept planning, depending on, the parcel of land that you're marketing. So there's a small budget allocation there that we thought would be good. Licenses and permits. The original budget was $20,000. We didn't show any of our costs here because I think the wording is a little bit interesting when we say licenses and permits. It may be better that it needs to be like survey costs, because what we're anticipating next year to do the surveys across the region for new leases, we work on a quote about $3,000 per lease to have a lease area surveyed. We work on 10 new leases per year. And for example, the Proston Showgrounds survey, just to resurvey all those reserves out there, a quotation came in last week for $15,000 for that survey. So you can see that survey costs are increasing. But moving forward, if you want to continue to lease land, we would certainly need these sorts of this sort of budget to cover the survey costs. Property leasing. This is prepare land for leasing. Had a reason why we needed that budget there. I just can't think off the top of my head. Apologise for that. Advertising, we didn't budget anything there for advertising. That would go through the Executive Services Department for advertising. And the subscription was that price finder, $275 per month, which equated to that budget, and just a little bit extra there in case we have some membership costs. The consultants plan, this is to take the Pound Street Master Plan to the next step. We were working on a budget of approximately $40,000. As previously discussed with council or highlighted with councillors, we may be looking at a bigger amount there. So it could be in the vicinity of $40,000 to $90,000 for that master plan. But at this stage, just highlighting the budget, we budget $40,000. But that will come back to council next standing committee meeting for your consideration. So that will give direction on what you do there.
Through Mr. Mayor, I thought we already put quite a significant figure of money towards the Pound Street Master Plan. So no?
No, you haven't. In the previous or this financial year, you actually budgeted $30,000, and that's what that $17,000 cost is up there. So you've used $17,000 of that $30,000 this financial year. So you've actually got some savings this financial year on the first stage of Pound Street. It's now that you're wanting to move to the second stage, which is your master planning, that you'll need between $40,000 and $90,000. So, that work. Otherwise, you've got to consider bringing a new budget forward in this financial year to be able to fund that. And at the moment, just me looking at our operational costs and how we're travelling, we just don't have that sort of money within our current budget of property to bring that forward, because we have no savings in any of our other line items to make that happen this financial year.
So we're going to do it so that it's ready, sort of shovel ready for a developer. Is that the idea, or?
I think that was where we were going with the standing committee report that we saw last, is that we looked at some options around having perhaps one of the options would be that we would enter into a contract, perhaps with a purchaser, with an attached master plan that would go with that. That was, I suppose, one of the options. Should council want to provide put some, I suppose, parameters or give some guidance as to how we wanted to see that space developed. Yeah. So that master plan is for council to inform staff in relation to design something that the council believes will meet the moods of the community moving forward. Otherwise, if we don't do that, the other option is you put the land on the market and you sell it to whoever wants to buy it for whatever they want to use it for. But if we don't do this work, we're not going to be able to put it forward to a potential buyer as a fit-for-purpose sale that meets the needs of the community. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense.
Okay, just moving through the council depots. So, as described earlier, councillors, we no longer try to budget at these business units here. So there'll be lots of these that I can go through, and hopefully they will show zero in the proposed budget, except this interest on loans and this financial, which will be adjusted later in the budget process. So thanks, Kerry. So what I would like to demonstrate just quickly to you before jumping any further is the way we budget now is we budget to the actual asset. So I'll just give you an example here. Finance run these nice asset reports to help us identify how our budget is travelling for each facility. So when you were back there before and you've seen all the cleaning costs lumped together, all the pest control costs, all your maintenance costs, they're all lumped in big buckets of money to fulfil contractual arrangements. Now what we do is you can see here, and this is an example, Mergen Admin Office, you can clearly see how much is getting costed for first aid, materials, consumables, pest control, safety, cleaning, maintenance, security, furniture and equipment, sanitary bins, some basic operational expenses, contractors, so that could be your air conditioning, your electrician, those sorts of guys. A little bit of stationery's got booked there, so we'll have to check that particular item, and internal plant. So if someone does some work, it's not my staff that we budget here for salary and internal plant, but if someone was to do some work on the car park, for example, at the front of the Mergen office, they may book their salary there and their internal plant to there. So you can see a true cost for the Mergen admin / library, what it's costing there. So that's how you see your buckets break down. And then I've got to make sure that these amounts feed back into that lump sum bucket that you've seen earlier today. So I hope that gives some explanation around how we budget. So just Mergen shop revenue. Just wanted to highlight to councillors that we're bringing them back on now. So they've all the internal works have been finished at the Mergen shops, and you may have just seen recently that we've put the tender out. So we're anticipating some income coming through now for the Mergen shops there. Accommodation, just on your housing and your units across the South Burnett, so your houses up in Mergen, your units over in the Nango, you can see the rental income there. They are fully occupied. In the fees and charges, you'll have some increases coming forward for those houses and units, so you can see our anticipated income is there for the houses and units. Mergen swimming pool, councillors, all the income for swimming pools through fees and charges and revenue has been removed from swimming pool. All the contracts now for swimming pools, all the income from the swimming pools is retained by the pool manager. And this also is a less of an administration burden on council officers as well. So it's probably a good win for us. But yes, you can still see that so there's no budgeted income. We do get weekly reports, so we can see what the gate takings and the attendance is like in each of the pools, and we map that each week. So we've got a report on that.
Sorry, you said that the income goes to the pool manager, and that's a win for us? I thought that would be a loss.
It's a win for us in terms of administration. We're not having to count the money and reconcile the accounts over the counter and make sure that occurs. What it also means for council is that if the pool manager is keeping the income, what we find is they work extremely hard to get that income. So that is a win for us. It's an incentive. If you're going to generate income, whether it's through sales of the kiosk or patron through the door, what we find, and we've extensive knowledge in this area because we've been managing pools for now over 10 years with all different types of models. The best model that we have found is if the pool managers retain the income, they're very happy because they're controlling their profit margins, I suppose. And if they promote the right programs, then they get the income to make it a successful business for them. The pool managers' entitlements are still budgeted here at this level, councillors. So you can see here, if this pool here is Mergen, the pool managers' entitlements, you could see that figure there, and the actuals where we're at to date. So they still occupy the pool over a winter month, so they still continue to get paid for the full 12-month period. Oneway swimming pool there, we've got a new pool manager on board temporarily, but that pool tender will go out shortly to secure a pool manager permanently or for a 5-year fixed period. So we're keen to do that, but we're just waiting on finalising our schedule of works for those capital improvements we're doing at Wandai Pool. So therefore, we're just not keen to bed that down. So we want to be able to be honest with the new pool manager and give them an update on when they'll be able to occupy the pool and carry out their activities. Sorry, this is for Wandai. So at this stage, councillors, we're just budgeting a little bit more than the previous contractor. We find every time that we go out for quotation for pool managers, increase in life-saving requirements, we do seem to find that the pool managers' costs increase. So you can see why. Well, you can see that we have budgeted a little bit extra there. Kingaroy Pool, no income. The pool manager's entitlements are still in the budget there, councillors. The Nango Pool, the pool manager's contracted amount is there as well. Blackbutt Pool, this is something for consideration, councillors. You'll see both Blackbutt Pool and Proston Pool. We have budgeted Blackbutt Pool, but we have got the option this year, if you decide that you do not wish to continue with the Blackbutt Pool swimming arrangements, we're in a position under the pool manager's contract that you could actually not continue with this arrangement, and there will be no financial repercussion under the budget, under the contract. So that's a possibility for consideration. With the Proston Pool, I did actually budget this as 0 for no pool manager. We've had 12 months out there with no pool manager. It's up to council for consideration, but because I had no expenditure there, councillors, I didn't budget expenditure, but happy to discuss that.
So there was an expression of interest from somebody to take the pool on. So what happened with that?
We've had a number of expressions of interest, so probably worked through 4 different proposals with different potential pool managers. Happy to continue to go down that line. The difficulty we're having is people do not want to necessarily go away and get the qualifications. One of the other expression of interest didn't want to get insurance and wanted to know if council would go and get the insurance and if our insurance would cover the contractor, which is a no-no. And the other one, just for consideration, it was extremely high proposal outside of our budget amounts, which we thought was extremely unreasonable. It would be at the same cost as his proposal was for the cost of the similar to Wandai swimming pool to manage Wandai swimming pool, that amount there that you can see on the screen. So, these matters are confidential. I mean, people are trying to put their best financial proposal to council for consideration. And the other, so there's some limitations with that proposal as well in terms of them seeking qualifications, and they probably wanted that amount as an annual sum, whether they did 3 months' work, 6 months' work, or 12 months' work. So it was sort of like a lump sum, and that's not how we manage our contracts. We pay on a fortnightly basis for service. So there was some risk around that particular proposal that was put forward. So happy to discuss that, probably not in this forum, but just wanted to highlight there to councillors that we have budgeted zero. And if you want us to continue to try to find a pool manager and negotiate a pool manager, we would need to put some budgetary amount back in there.
So I think the expectation was from the Proston community is that there's been enough interest that they thought that someone was coming along to actually take the pool on. That's why there's been no pushback at this point, because they're just waiting. So I'm thinking that if we put zero there and we don't try at all, there'll be a fair bit of community pushback.
Yep, understand that. Just seeking direction if you want me to put the budget amount back in.
I'd rather just leave it as zero for now, and then it can come back to council for a budget consideration for a first quarter or second quarter review.
Okay.
We're looking at trying to cut the budget. It's no good putting money in the budget if we don't think we're going to use it.
I'd probably like to see maybe a report come back to Community Standing Committee where we can look at everything that's been done to date in terms of the relentless efforts of your team in obtaining a pool manager. And I'm mindful if we leave that facility closed, it doesn't mean it doesn't incur some maintenance. A not used facility, I imagine, is a risk for us as well. So I probably just want to understand, we're talking about a service to the community, and I think there's quite a bit to understand and quite a bit of work that's been done. So I think a community standing committee would be good discussion.
Look, I fully support that, because Councillor Duff and myself have done a lot of work out there with the community. It would be good to bring a report back to council for consideration, and we can outline in detail what that has been. In the short term, though, Proston School is maintaining the facility, so there's no cost borne to council, and the Proston School has continued on to use that pool throughout the entire season. And, the kids of Proston have been able to access it through their school and do school swimming. So still a utilised facility maintained by the Department of Education. So happy to bring a report back.
If we're going to do that, we probably should be, in all being equal and fair, we should be doing the same to Blackbutt then.
Happy to do that. Okay, just moving on, Proston Caravan Park, councillors, just highlighting there the revenue from the park. You can see there it was budgeted at 5,000. We're at 7,568. So we have kept it at, brought it up to $7,000. We could. Yeah, so, I mean, that all depends on who's staying. It's hard to predict with Proston. It just depends on what attractions and activities are being run at Proston to see what sort of campus that we get there at the caravan park. Expenses, that's Proston. Sorry, they would be over in the maintenance budget. Oh, you can see the small amount there of $700 approximately for the manager's entitlements. The owners of the Proston Rural, they collect all the fees for us for the Proston caravan park and carry out some inspections for us as well. So that's why you're seeing that contribution there. Mowing Caravan Park is a free stopover, so that item there is actually with parks, just so we're not doubling up. The sport and recreation facilities, income here is quite low. We don't really have income through this area. You will see a few property leases, some sporting leases there with some sporting groups, so that's those $75, not significant amounts per lease. Your material costs there is moved over, and it's all budgeted for under that maintenance bucket, and I can show you some of that. Electricity costs have been moved to properties. Kingaroy Town Hall, just just wanted to bring it to council's attention here that the hall hire has been declining at Kingaroy Town Hall. That's our large hall here. So as a result of COVID and maybe some movements within the community with the use of other facilities, but just, yeah, we have reduced that budget down. Hopefully things improve next financial year for income in the halls. The Kingaroy Town Common Hall is zero here, councillors. We were in a lease arrangement with SB Care. I will just need to double check the income for SB Care would be actually up in the property leases section, in that land development section. So you're probably seeing the income back up in there, not actually against the Kingaroy Town Common Hall, because it's in a lease arrangement now, not in a hall hire arrangement. So that's why you're not seeing the income on that line item. Mergen Town Hall, the income roughly the same as what's generated there. Nango Energy Centre, you can see there's a big drop there. We're only at $2,000 in income in the hall hire in the Nango. Blackbutt, we don't take the hall hire at Blackbutt. That's in a lease arrangement with a group of people in Blackbutt, and that works out really well for council. It's a wonderful arrangement. Maidenwell Hall, income there, minimal. Wandai Hall, there's a drop in the income there. You can see councillors as well. Electricity's moved over to property. Proston Hall, Geelong Hall, we don't take their revenue. The Lady Flo, Pajoki Peterson Hospital has now been zeroed out. I just see there we will need to work with IT and just finalise the last bit of the telecommunications. Would anticipate that wouldn't occur next financial year, so we could probably move that to a zero. Councillors, if you're happy for that to go back to zero. Ringsfield House. Ringsfield House councillors, you will see in the fees and charges when we get to bring that back to council that we have actually proposed some new fees and charges. We are getting inquiries for people to use the gardens and the chapel for weddings and small weddings and wedding photos. So we would like to bring a small fee or a suggestion of a fees and charges back to council to look at generating some income there for Ringsfield House, because what we should do is probably provide a report going forward on some of the other suggestions that we have got for Ringsfield House. Remember, we did a lot of work this year on setting up the advisory committee. We've had some other people express interest in occupying the site as well. And you've got some high expenses there sitting over in maintenance on the upkeep of Ringsfield House. So it's probably timely to start looking at generating some revenue as well.
Leanne, have we done anything or with all the halls, as we were talking about the way it affects your depreciation and all that sort of stuff, have we ever looked any further than just discussing the fact that if for whatever reason they were to burn down, would we replace some of them and all this sort of stuff? We were talking about taking or doing something that may affect or improve our depreciation and all that sort of stuff as far as an organisation? Is there any more thought gone into that?
Our biggest line of thought and focus, to be honest, has been sorting out the land tenure on the three other halls, and that was Tingul, Ramonja and Coyna. That's where, I would be honest, that's where our focus has been. You moved into arrangement this financial year with SB Care, so you've looking at a different type of arrangement there. You've got some community groups where you've got Blackbutt, you've got Geelong and other community groups leasing our halls. So that's saving you on operational money to maintain those sorts of halls, but we haven't done any sort of work in trying to reduce the depreciation. That would actually mean removing the asset off your asset register. And I'd have to check, but we did receive some advice, and I'd have to put this back through to our asset manager. But I thought we did receive some advice that once you're removing an asset from your asset register, you're no longer depreciating it. you can't then come along in a couple of years' time and want to add it back on the system. You're really saying you're no longer owning that asset, but happy for that to come back through the asset managers, if you like.
Yep, certainly an important point for future discussion. Yeah. Max, would it be possible to have a report brought forward at some stage in coming months in relation to your findings there for council to consider at an exec finance and corporate standing committee meeting? Thank you. As a consideration as a financial matter. Yeah, I know we certainly did indicate at the early stages of our term a desire to understand our options there in terms of not depreciating certain halls and buildings across the region. So if you can get some concrete findings, report back to us on that, that'd be great, and we can consider that moving forward. And that may even include where we have assets that we're leasing out to community groups, but we'd obviously have to look at the implications of that for the lease documents and the tenure documents, you know. Look forward to that coming through to committee. Thank you,
So,
Max.
sorry, I just wanted to show you an example of this asset, budgeting at the asset level. You can see here that we can see the true cost of Ringsfield House. So you can see here the pest control, the safety, the cleaning costs, but this large maintenance cost, a lot of that will have to do with the parks, to do with a gardener, a contract gardener coming in and maintaining the gardens and the edging. And there's as you all appreciate, it's a very high level garden around Ringsfield House. So this year alone, we're tracking on a $50,000 spend at Ringsfield House with no revenue. So that's why you'll see in the fees and charges we are bringing back a small fee and charge to start generating some low income for that facility. Okay. Any
Thanks,
further
Leanne.
questions, or I'll hand back over to Peter.
No, I think we're good to go. Thanks
you.
very much, Peter Julienne. And like the asset expenditure reports too, and budget reports, they're excellent. The asset listings, thank you. GMOMA, we're up to libraries.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yeah, we'll just run through the libraries. So with the libraries, I know we're doing staff at the end, so probably 90% of the cost is in employee costs in the library. So just know that. Revenue, we do have two major sources of revenue: the Public Library Service grant that we get each year, and our First Five grant. So the split up there is in the comments. Just factored in a slight increase. We usually get a little CPI increase that we'll find out about probably sort of May, June-ish. We'll get the exact figures. So just factored in a slight increase. Skipping over the material. So this is our regional libraries business unit. Yep. So yeah, really just major costs there. We've wound back the furniture, equipment, volunteers, expenses. Our major cost here is our book purchases, our materials for the libraries, which is funded by that Public Library Service grant. So just $1,000 increase in there, just factoring in the increase in the grant. Gen Ops subscriptions, postage. So postage and printing and stationery. So this is one where we do have these in the other areas, but this is where we have all of our holiday activities that we doing the printing and that. So that's I've just noted there that we factor in a budget across all of the branches. So rather than that going back to the corporate services, because this can be specific to the libraries, we've removed freight basically with the using our internal freight service across the library rather than private. So reduce that. And the IT licence, this is a specific library management system, so that's why it's budgeted here. Has been an increase just based on the actual contract for that on the previous budget. And internal plant charges, this is basically where it's moving our staff so they use the fleet cars. Like there isn't any cars associated with the library, but they borrow the fleet car. So when they go into first 5 training at State Library or into branches. So again, just looking at assessment across the previous years, we have increased that by $1,000. We're at the $4,000 budget already now at 3/4 of the year. Kingaroy Library, so most of the libraries is just the revenue is just on the photocopying costs, some minor sales across there. So just looking at previous trends and actuals for those, going over the salaries, materials. As I said in a summary, in each of these, I've really just gone through and just trimmed off where we can. So we've taken $100 off here. Utilities has been moved to properties. Consumables down 100. Gen Ops. So just try to trim out where we can. So reduce the budget 6,800 to 2,300 in this one. Noting that, so this is Kingaroy. So we have that regional one. So a lot of the first 5 activities that have been funded under that regional fund budget. So that's why the individual branches aren't necessarily wearing a lot of those costs because we try. We've just tried to be a bit miserly in these areas. Again, revenue. What's that? Yeah, so there's not so probably just without going through each of the branches, I did, and I haven't got the thing here. So with the materials, we've had a reduction of 9,841 over the library branches in materials. So that's just doing these refining. The big cost of that is 6,700 from the electricity. So there's a couple of branches that have that did still have electricity. So I ran the income. So just in materials, we've reduced the budget effectively by 3,000, transferred 6,000 to the property bench. So and that's just by trying to do this where we've spent 400, we've had $1,000, so we've just tried to move it down to 500. So again, just really trying to run them as economically and efficiently as possible. The library team are great as far as any of the small grants for our outreach work. They'll try to jump on getting some external funding that they can run, say outreach to the aged care or the any of those sort of outreach programs to the mall. So they will jump on those small grants and with the State Library where they can. Black Butt Library, we don't have costs. Customer Contact pick up the costs for the Black Butt Library. So that's if you're looking at wondering why we don't budget down there. It's basically all the costs go through Customer Contact and they provide the service through there. Maidenwell is one run by the community group. It's basically a contribution to that service out there. As I said, so the materials is the main thing, and the employee benefits is the main cost for the library. So as I said, that's probably 90% of the costs are in in employee benefits because it is just a service centre.
Yeah, thanks, General Manager. That's a very good summary of the libraries. So we've saved about $9,000 there, of which 6.5 is moving electricity across to properties. And I can see where you've trimmed back those just minimal amounts for consumables and materials in each of those library branches. So, any questions on libraries? We move on to planning and environment, administration.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is basically the department administration. So we'll come back to
Straight through the materials there, Pete.
Oh, yeah, so yeah, that's all.
$200 per line item, $800 in total.
Yeah, so where we oh yeah, no, so yeah, again, just round it back, yeah, $200 of savings. So this next section is the community grants area. So this was previously budgeted in corporate services. So this is why you'll see large variances to the budget, but it's actually just a transfer from corporate services to community. So the grants, this is the RADF grant. So the 51,000 is 15,000 that we expect to get from RADF. We have got the localised mental health grant. So that's the 75,000. We expect to all budgeting to have 36,000 of that left to in next year. So that's what that 51,000 is. These are the so the 25,000 is your RADF. Donations. These are a little bit off whack. So yeah, that one's the donation. So the 105 is your community grants that we'll be going through this afternoon. This is where I've probably suggested a reduction in these grants here. So still budgeting. So we've got the breakup there. We normally allow 5,000 for elite performance, 9,000 for the Australia Day, Anzac Day, the school awards of 5,000, hall insurance of 11,000, and Indigenous affairs we have 5,000 for there, and the community sponsorship is a 65,000. Is basically where I've landed as just trying to come up with a figure. I think that was at 98,000 for this current financial year, so it is probably a reduction. Given that we are finding it tough to balance the budget, so it is what it will mean. And as we go through community grants this afternoon, is you'll probably get the grants will need to be of a higher quality that council is funding. Community groups will need to rely on fundraising more, sort of, rather than just relying on council. So again, these are figures that council can play with, because I have just suggested a reduction in there. The next line down is the discretionary funding.
Excuse me, Peter. I'm not 100% sure where this sits at the moment, because I know we haven't covered this at all, but I don't know whether arts is going to sit with you or with Mark still. So where are we looking at with arts and the future of arts within the South Burnett?
Yeah, through Mr. Smith. Yeah, so it will actually move over. It's currently sitting in the Office of CEOs, but it will move over into this area with the corporate structure changes. So yes, I know what you're going to say next. So anything we do with the CQ RASN or regional arts we will need to factor that in there. So I think we're looking at applying for additional funding through the RADF program. So the one I was at, discretionary funding, I have suggested this be reduced from 4,000 to 3,000 per councillor. Again, just a purely council decision, but just a cost-saving measure. So you'd have 3,000 per councillor rather than the current allocation of 4,000. It's unfortunately the sign of the times we live in. That transfer, so I didn't bring the figures up here, but I think that area was about 199,000 in corporate services last year. So I am suggesting, even though it's transferred here, there is probably still a $40,000 saving in that area, because I haven't budgeted as much this year as we did have budgeted in corporate services last year. So that is certainly a tightening of the belt in that area. The next area will come to salaries later. So these expense items here are the offsetting of the localised mental health grant, where we had the funding up in that 51,000. So this is just where the expenses are showing up. I just have to check my maths and balance those up, because since when I've done it, and we will have to do a reconciliation, because this is the continuation of it's a 24-month grant over this financial year, so it will depend on what we spend this year. So we'll just have the balance funds of revenue and expenditure in next year's budget, so they will offset each other. So that community admin thing is really your community grants buckets there. Probably other thing to note in here, we haven't included the black summer positions in here. That we will have additional funding and expenses to come in. So haven't included them in the budget, but they'll just be completely offsetting. By the time we do get to the budget, we'll have them in here. But it was just trying to do the comparing apples with apples, rather than seeing this 500,000 or plus extra expenses come in. So they're just not included in the finances yet. Indigenous affairs, so similar to each year, this is we allow a $5,000 budget, and just we've done the same thing. So that's just for council-run activities. So when we do our reconciliation week and ADOC week activities, and we do the colouring in contest for a reconciliation week. So that's just spread across the materials. The mix can be whether it be catering or donations, and it just depends on where we. That's just the $5,000.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, just with the community grant. So currently, in round 2, we're allowing 8 for community hall liability insurance, 5 for student awards, and 4,000 for the Australia Day awards, which is 17,000. That's just in round 2. So in round 1, if we had another 17,000, which would be whatever that is, 34. What would we have left for community grants?
Yeah. What you're looking at, councillor, is the budget allocations for round 2. So
yeah.
So last year we had the same budget allocations, but in round 1, like say for halls, I think we might have only had the 3 or 4 applications. So yeah, we're still looking at having those budget allocations in those sections would be the same. It's really your community sponsorship one that would.
So you're only cutting it back, not the others.
Yeah. So because we fully expend generally, like the hall insurance and those ones, we fully expend them each year. If we do go under in a certain category, then it's easy to swap between. But remember, a couple of years, or might be 12 months, 2 years ago, we put all of those other minor grants into that one community sponsorship one. We did keep out the school awards and elite performance Anzac Day. So I'm not suggesting we change those categories, because they're generally fully committed each year. Community sponsorship is definitely fully committed. You could, instead of reducing it, you could increase it and still spend it all, but it's just, again, it will mean that there'll be just less in that category to distribute. I think the final one we were up to was just rural activity. So this is just, again, a $5,000, kept the budget the same. This year we contributed that to Blaze Aid. That's been fully. It's not shown up as actuals, hasn't hit there yet, but it has been fully committed to the contribution to Blaze Aid, and that brings us through to the end of those business units.
Thank you very much, General Manager. Any further questions or concerns in relation to that? If not, I'll now move a procedural motion that we move into closed session. So motion is that Council considers The confidential report listed below at a meeting closed to the public in accordance with section 254J of the Local Government Regulation 2012. Draft 22-23 budget. This matter is considered to be confidential under section 254J-B of the Local Government Regulation. Council is satisfied that discussion of this matter in an open meeting would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest as it deals with industrial matters affecting employees. I'm happy to move that. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Henson. Any concerns? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. We'll now move into closed session. Thank you. So motion as presented, motion 1 as presented, amended budget as a draft be adopted for inclusion in the continued preparation of the full council budget. Do we have a mover for that one? Councillor Potter, thank you. Second, Councillor Henson. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Second motion is that a report be brought back to the Budget Standing Committee to detail the potential savings as discussed in the salary component of the Community Department's budget, and that this process be extended to all departments in this current budget deliberation cycle. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, second, Councillor Potter. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all for a good committee meeting today, everyone. We'll now call the meeting closed at 1:52 p.m. and please enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.